questions and go ahead. I'm sorry I arrived late. I was
Don't worry.
finishing preparing my babies to go visit her grandma.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, I have to. Well, in order I'm working now, my babies are going to visit her grandma, so that's okay for me.
Motherhood makes it complicated to work.
Yes, it's
It's
difficult.
crazy, especially when they're young.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, both of
Let's
them are
hope
babies.
for their childhood to pass like fast. In that way
Yes.
they can help.
One of them has 2 years and the other one is 1 year. So they are so young. My chiquititas, yeah. My small
Oh,
babies.
oh
And
my
moreover, my
God.
teenagers sometimes runs me crazy. So
That's
you know,
crazy.
yes.
I mean, it's beautiful, but it's crazy.
Yes,
Imagine 1-year-old. Oh my God, crazy too.
yeah.
How do you handle that? Oh, yeah.
Well, patience. They are growing up together.
Yeah. That's
So
good. Yeah, that's true.
friends, and that's the
They're
best.
friends.
Yes. Well, yesterday we have a no long class, I think, and
It was
exactly
good.
time prepared. Very clear, I think.
Yes.
And
It
the
was
slides
very
were clear too. Maybe a little mistake by typing that I found. And before sending the file, I couldn't find them again. And I said,
It
okay,
happens.
let's send them now, and that's okay.
Yeah, don't worry. It's just fine. I mean, I think it's a lot of words and a lot of terms. It's easier
Yes.
than the other part. I found it easier. Like,
Yes, it really is. It's easier. It's going just to the basics, to the most important points, the most common ways of talking, I think. Well, easy to catch in ideas.
yeah, that's right.
So,
And
let's
actually,
see. Is
it's
there a question,
familiar.
something you would like to check again?
Um, I got through it this morning, and I was fine. I think I was fine. I just had one thing that I was not sure how to pronounce, but I can't find it. So it's good.
Let's take off. I'm looking for.
No, it was on the part. I didn't print that part. It was on the part where it says on the milestones of the child's development by age.
Okay.
There was a wide BOS, but yeah, it was
about milestone. Okay, let me get the slides and then you tell me which one.
there you go. That was at 14th month. It said high guard, wide boss with excessive hip and knee boss.
BOS. Okay, give
Bending.
me a second to find the meaning because it's an abbreviation.
Yes, that's why I was asking, because I mean, you said pay attention to abbreviations, so boss and banks.
Yes.
Banks in the like that, right? White boss, I have no idea. Just repeat this.
Okay.
I think I'm fine with the other
Close.
And actually, I have to say, your last slide about the celiac disease, it was so illuminating for me, because we're having yes, we are having
that, right?
Yes, actually, I have this consultation with my 10-year-old boy. We have to travel.
That's enough information, I think. It's getting clear now about that situation, I think.
Yes, actually, when I read this slide, I was like Condorito Pop.
Yeah.
Because yes, he's having some of the symptoms actually, and we're trying to figure out whether if he's gonna be like me, not too high, or if it's gonna be very, very high like his father. but we are trying to look for answers. Like he's normal, but he's always had this food allergy, and we were always having the celiac diet, because celiac diet doesn't include in a lot of their products eggs or milk, and he was diagnosed with cow protein, no, how would it be, like milk protein allergy and also egg protein allergy. So every time
Yeah.
he consumed those, he was coughing a lot, like with the asthma thing. And like it
Yes.
was really, really nourishing having these two classes, because now I can literally listen to how my kids sounded, and now I have kind of the answer, I think.
You catch the idea what was
Yes.
wrong with your guy.
Yes.
At this point, okay, let me share again screen. Share again the screen, and you're going to check the idea about a boss. Can you
Okay.
watch my screen now?
Yes. Acme.
When you talk
These
about,
gringos, they are always having this abbreviation things.
oh yes, they make a mess.
I know.
It's of course different from Spanish, because in Spanish we
Yes.
sometimes, not always, we sometimes go just to the point. Being
Yes.
clear, for example, in milestones, we have that exception.
Yes.
But in the rest of the information, we round a lot as Latin Americans.
Yes.
When we
Yes.
said wide boss with excessive hip and knee flexion,
Mhm.
we are talking about this, the development and the milestones, taking in account the central nervous system about disabilities, thinking on the
Oh,
gross motor skills. I mean, the way they are learning how to walk.
okay. The way, okay.
I cannot relate the meaning because I'm not finding it at this moment.
Don't worry.
There are lots of ways, but they are referring about the gross motor skills, not fine
Okay.
motor. Gross motors, according to the first steps the baby is learning how to do. If the neuromuscular sphere is failing, the steps are going to be so wide,
Like
and
that.
the movement is going to be so excessive, so like dancing, I mean.
Wow, okay.
When you watch
like
that
that.
kind of walking without helping
Yeah.
for 2 months or with help also, you have to think about disturbances during the development of the hip, the
Okay.
bone development, the bone
Yeah.
growing,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe in the neuromuscular growing facts, and it's related to the central nervous system.
Okay. Okay. Related. Okay.
So it's important to check the details. That's why we have to see how baby sits down, how they stand up, when they learn how to do it. That's the objective of milestones.
Okay.
To get
To keep
everything on
track
time,
of the, okay.
avoiding probable disabilities.
Okay.
Okay,
Crossfit.
now
Yeah.
both as a general idea, that's the meaning.
Okay. Gross model.
Exact term, I'm gonna look for that and send you back, okay?
Okay, it's fine. I think it was the only thing that I found like
That was not so clear, I think.
yes,
Right?
that was like weird. But no, everything, the rest is just like I need to study the vocabulary. But I like it, so it's good. It's good.
Okay, now you can watch my screen, right?
Yes.
The PDF.
Rewrite the paragraphs and send them as okay.
No, that's
do we
another. No, that's another. Avoid this. Don't worry.
okay.
Send it to the group at the end.
Okay.
Well, today we have to start writing down the case report. The
Okay.
case report is one of the most important activities, but according to your objective, I'm going to show you as a general information. So don't worry about how to write it down, because you're not going to work writing down clinical histories, right?
No.
And it's a specific objective for doctors. At this
Okay.
point, it's not going to be useful for you, because any doctor, even in translation, is going to show you the personal notes he takes.
Yes. Exactly.
So in that order, if you, for example, receive a file for translating and there's a resume of the clinical history, you're going to find information like this.
Yes.
And you have to translate it according to the context.
Yes.
The case report is, well, making the translation is the historia de la enfermedad actual. Of course, if we go to the by literal, it just in the expression, they are not the same. But the case report as a concept is that information that you collect from the patient and write down the paragraph just in the details you need. Okay. Consider only these 4 points. You're going to get the general data of the patient, not the full name, no, that's just the age. If you consider necessarily the sex and the occupation, and that's all. Then the chronological order of the situation. That's all. And always everything in past time.
Yes.
Everything in past. If something is in present or in future, it's wrong, completely wrong. That's how to write it down, but you don't really need this. So at the end of the workshop, I'm going to send just for you the details you have to check and know about it in order to translation, okay?
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It has to be different because how to write it down, important facts, and this exercise is for doctors. It's out of your objective, okay?
Okay.
So let me prepare this, and it's going to be useful for you, okay?
Okay, as long as I can, like, it doesn't have to be today. Like, I know you're very
no, don't worry. I think if it's not today, maybe tomorrow, but
yeah, it's totally fine with me.
I'm gonna prepare a different exercise for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Oh, don't worry, that's a good way of changing this. Okay, thank you so much. I took your attendance. And homework, I'm going to send it tonight because the file is ready. I have to finish the workshop, that's all, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so see you Monday.
See you Monday, yes. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Gilda.
Hi, teacher.
How are you? I'm sorry I took the time from your time again.
No worry, teacher, it's okay for me.
Okay, thank you for understanding. Gilda, well, first of all, yesterday we had a class, not too long, I think, just going to the most important facts with details, important details, I think, right?
Yeah.
According to that, do you have any question? Something you would like to check, maybe?
Yes, teacher, about 10 slides, I have some questions.
Okay, let me share the screen and then we are going to see, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you watch my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, slide number 10.
10.
Okay, is that?
About a letter of...
the letter of referral. Okay,
yes.
It's an exercise we are going to work maybe the next week or maybe module 2, there is no trouble. But let's see, which one is the question?
I don't know what should we consider about a referral? What is important? I don't know. I can understand very well the slide.
Okay, when we talk about a letter of referral, when we talk about this specific paper, we consider that it's when you send your patient to a specialist in order to continue or to start the treatment according to the diagnosis, right? In Spanish, Gilda, can you hear me?
Yes, teacher, yes.
Okay, perfect. In Spanish, it's just a form to fill in blanks, and we are just sending without being kind with the colleague, with the specialist, maybe a superior one, I don't know. But we have to consider that the grammar fact on writing down this is different. we don't have the chance in Spanish to use expressions like this, for example, dear doctor, right? If we
Yes.
say dear doctor, some of them consider it as offensive expression
Yes, yes, teacher.
and unpolite, I don't know. And we don't have to do it in Spanish, but in English, it's the opposite completely. When you say dear doctor, you are recognizing that it's a doctor who you trust with, right?
Yes.
In Spanish is different, just for a cultural reason. Which one is the support? I certainly don't know. But that's the response we have according in the grammar books when you study how to write it down. You consider to send this referral with 3 paragraphs showing the situation. And the first paragraph, you introduce the patient like this. You describe the symptoms in the chronological order. If you consider necessary, you write down the expressions of the patient or just the medical term. In the second paragraph, you start supporting your diagnosis and then giving reasons why you are sure about the diagnosis, because you don't have to send the patient with a suspect. You have to send the patient with a diagnosis, the correct diagnosis.
Yeah.
When you support your diagnosis, you start supporting your findings, then the labs and imagine studies, and that's all. And in the last paragraph that it's not in this slide is when you are regarding the patient, you are recognizing the importance of this new interview, and that's all. That's the basic one. Of course, you can add details as the social history, family history that you consider necessary in the third and fourth paragraph according to the situation. At this point, this is just for showing you how to start it.
Okay.
The exercise we have to start writing down is the case report. This is the important fact for you at this moment. If I don't show you how to write down a case report, you are not going to be able to write down a letter of referral. You need to get it clear how to do this paragraph first, and then it's going to be so easy to do it. Okay, the letter of referral.
Okay.
But previous going to the case report guidelines, do you have a question different from this?
No,
From the
teacher.
letter of referral? No.
No, teacher. It's clear.
Okay, so
That's
let's
good.
go with this. The case report, well, Ana Isabel, the previous student, is a translator. So it's out of her fact. And in order you're a doctor, I have to show you how to do it, right?
Yeah.
And I prepared these guidelines, we can say, well, because they're from my personal notes. You have to catch some important ideas, previous writing down it, in order to get it clear, not making a mistake. And from this basis, we can go ahead for everything. Case report can be translated as the historia de la enfermedad actual, right?
Yeah.
In that way, you have the speech of the patient, and then you write down your own report, right?
Yes.
This exercise is already done. So here, for example, we have this lady. I was well until a few months ago. She's expressing her idea, right?
Yes.
At the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So if you check, we have the expressions of the symptoms, like the chart we were showing in the second slide presentation, right?
Yes.
Going until this point, we translate. In the case report, which one is the first topic? General data of the patient. I mean, you don't have to write down the full name again or to repeat the well, details that are added in the admission chart that it's in this kind of document or file. You just go like this. A 50-year-old housewife, you give me the age, and in this case, the occupation. Of course, housewife is a woman, right?
Yes.
If there is no the occupation, a 50-year-old woman, and that's enough. You don't need more details. That's the general data. Just this part is important. And then you start writing down in the medical expression, who has been well until 4 months previously. I was well until 3 months ago. You are translating the idea, right?
Yes.
In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. Number 1 says, she complained or she was complaining of, and then we get, well, give a minute. No, okay, no problem. Well, then you begin. She was complaining. Of course, you have that expression, the C/O. Do you remember that?
Yes.
They complain of. Okay, you start giving me that term because that's the way to introduce that you are talking about symptoms.
Okay.
I just fell off color. She was complaining of tiredness, a medical term, right?
Yes.
And a bit tired, but lately I've been completely worn out at the end of the day. And malaise, right? Do you remember? Worn out and fell off color, you catch the meaning. Tiredness and malaise. So you can see until this point, it's like a resume, right?
Yes, teacher.
You don't have to write down all of this information again. 4 lines in just 2 expressions and the half of a sentence, I think. Very short idea. Going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've been put on 9 kilos in the last year. So what we said, she had 9 kilos. She has gained. She has more weight. She gained 9 kilos in weight. In the year before, she presented to her GP. Why we say that? Because previously going to the appointment, she was 1 year with that situation, not just 4 months. That's why we have to get clear on the chronological history, right?
Yes.
Although she denied eating more than usual. She's eating normally, but she's gaining weight for around 1 year. And she says the same. Lots of ideas in just 2 or 3 terms, medical terms just. Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair started to fall out, right?
Yes.
So you can see the difference, how you translate all of these common terms to the medical terms, right?
Yes, teacher.
So according to this information, you have only to organize the chronological events in order, maybe the patient is giving the expression or something like that. Or maybe you have to rewrite everything, but using medical terms. No common expressions. Moreover, we have second exercise. Let's go on with this. This is a case report about the 60-year-old man. I haven't been myself for several months now, right? I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. At this moment, am I giving you the diagnosis? No, right? I'm not sending you diagnosis and the situation, right? I'm just expressing the complainings of the patient.
Yes.
So all the situations that the patient is telling me, I'm translating everything in past time, because everything is from the moment I talked to the patient in past. I'm showing you the chronological order of the ideas that the patient is giving to me. And at this moment, it's not important to send me the diagnosis or treatment or anything like that.
Okay.
Just reorganize the idea.
Yes.
When we translate this, a 60-year-old man, you can see 60-year-old man, we have no occupation, but we have the sex, and that's enough. Presented to his GP with malaise, completely worn out, and fatigue for several months. I haven't been myself. He also complained of anorexia, being off my food, it's anorexia, and weight loss of 10 kilos. I've lost 10 kilos. So you can see how it becomes translated, right?
Yes.
Okay, until this point, do you catch the idea what we are going to start writing down?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, in that order, finishing the class, the workshop, I'm going to send homework for writing down the case report and exercises from the classes we had this week, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay, so if there's any question while writing down, please let me know, because this is the basis for the next exercises.
Okay,
If we
teacher.
don't catch this idea, we are not going to be able to write the letter of referral, the physical exam, even though we need to make it clear in a good way, I think. Okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay,
I think it's
perfect.
clear.
Perfect. So can you, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I took your attendance now. Perfect.
Okay, teacher.
So
Thank you.
dear, see you Monday. I'm gonna send the guidelines for you for checking this and organizing ideas maybe and practicing. And of course, homework too, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Once
See you on
we are
Monday.
going to make we're going to evaluate the case report in the next workshop, okay?
Okay, teacher. Thank you.
Okay, so see you Monday, Gilda.
See you, teacher. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Maria, how are you?
Teacher, good night. I'm fine.
Perfect, that's great. Well, you were watching Gilda's explanation about the case report a little bit, I think.
Yeah, yes.
And it's very important
Little.
because that's a good point. Don't worry. It's okay for me if you come earlier.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. From yesterday, do you have any question from the class of yesterday?
Yes, I have one doubt with the term breathe.
Okay, do you know the number of the slide?
It's about thyroid gland.
Oh, the thyroid gland, okay.
Hmm?
Is this goiter or goiter?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. This trill or brute?
Okay. Is the same?
No,
Or...
there are two different ways to understand it.
Okay.
Let me see. For example, do you have a blender, an electronical blender? No, but yeah.
No, I don't have.
Okay, have you ever had the chance to listen a blender, right? We're preparing some juice or something like that.
Okay.
Do you remember that sound?
Exactly. Yes.
That's the brute.
Okay.
And if you
This
put
is
your hand on the blender motor, on the
Mhm.
device, you feel a vibration, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's similar to the trill. The trill, it's not as hard as the blender motor, but you feel that vibration so soft, could be said, when you push your hand over the gland, the goiter.
Okay.
That's the best way to understand. You have trills for heart, for example, but
Mhm.
if you place your hands, let me open my video. Maybe it works now. It ran mad a few minutes ago. If you push your hands together and start moving them like this, the sound you hear is similar to the thrilling heart, right? But of course, you cannot touch the heart. When you place your hand on the goiter, you feel the vibration, and that vibration is the thrill. It's so soft, it's regular, it's according to the palpitations, and you feel how the blood is going through. If you can place your hand over a blender, on a blender, I said, on the motor, and you feel the vibration, it's so hard, but the goiter thrill is softened, but it's similar to that. Not with the same strength, but you have the chance to get an idea what you are going to touch about it.
Okay. And the breath is similar.
That sound is similar.
Sound is similar of the blend.
Yes. Every palpitation, when you listen, you feel the thrills in order going, the vibration and vibration and vibration. If you place your hands together and make that movement, you're going to feel something similar to the thrill. That's the thrill. And with the breath, when you feel the thrill, according to the breath at the same time, you listen that sound. Similar like that.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting. I had a chance to get a patient like this in Cuba, an old man. Well, he was too thin, like this lady. He was black too. And the goiter was enormous. And with the surgeons, we started preparing him for the surgical procedure with the solution of Lugol. And with the Lugol, you had the chance to feel every day how the thrill and the brute were decreasing in intensity. That was that's a great way to make it solid without avoiding lots of blood supplement, and it was easier to get in the surgical procedure. That's why I had the chance to push my hand on this, to place it and touch every day, taking into account the difference from around 2 weeks. And from the beginning, the day of the surgical procedure, the difference was enormous. It was easy to get into without losing lots of blood.
Okay, now it's clear.
Okay, perfect. So is there any other question maybe?
No, I don't have more questions.
Oh, okay, perfect. Let me turn off my video.
Okay.
Because it's running mad. It becomes green and it looks like me dancing here.
It's okay.
Okay. Can you watch my screen now? The case report guidelines. Okay.
I can.
But we have an objective, an objective that I decided to send to my students to prepare, because the case report is out of the objectives of the course like that. But if I don't send you how to do this important fact, you are not going to catch how to fill a letter of referral, and the letter of referral is an obligation we have in the module 2.
Okay.
Because without an objective, if I show you how to do it, if you don't have this basis, you need to know how to write down the clinical history, the medical report complete, if you want to make a good letter of referral. The same as in Spanish, of course. When you start the college, the med school, first of all, you learn how to write down the historia de la enfermedad actual, right?
Exactly.
If you fail, the historia de la enfermedad actual actually is the case report. If you fail writing down the case report in Spanish, you are not going to be able to make a great physical exam or report labs, images, right? You have to catch this basis, and this is the first exercise that I decided to add in order to get a great way of working without missing objectives, okay?
Okay.
These guidelines are from my personal notes. They are not in a book. I had to read a lot to catch these ideas, these important ones, when I was in med school, to make it easier to write down. And of course, you have to be clear that writing down in English is extremely different about writing down in Spanish. When you write down in English, you only use medical terminology and use a brief paragraph, not a long explanation about every symptom. Oops, I'm sorry. You don't use a lot of terms explaining the patient idea, just go to the point and that's enough. The patient can give you twice or 3 or 4 times the same symptom with synonyms. Doesn't matter, you only just write down once with a medical term and that's enough. Okay? You use the general data of the patient. I mean, you don't have to write down the full name again. You have 2 options, or write down the capital letters. For example, in your case, would we say DOM, de Ugarte Ortiz Maria, and that's enough. Or maybe avoid the capital letters and use like this, 50, just go to the H without the capital letters, right? Why don't we use that? Because you have a chart that is added to the letter of referral when you give the general data of the patient. Why? You don't have to repeat information. You send it once and that's enough in the clinical history in English. Not like in Spanish that sometimes you have to write down again and again and again the name. It's not necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so general data could be capital letters, the age and the sex. Or if you don't have sex or you don't need the sex because you have the occupation, okay, the occupation is better. Okay?
Okay.
Of course, you take in account the chronological order, organizing the symptoms from the speech of the patient. And at this moment, you don't have to send me the diagnosis or treatment or any pathological antecedent.
Okay.
Just the symptoms, just the topic we are talking about, and everything always in always in past time. Nothing in present, nothing in future, of course, because when you send the case report, it's obvious you evaluated your patient in past few minutes ago, right? We have this example. Oh, we have the answers here, yeah. This is the speech of the patient. This is our case report. And there are the key answer. So listen to this. The patient, a 50-year-old woman, a lady, is telling us, I was well until a few months ago. So she didn't say how many time ago, just a few months, right? When we say few months, of course, we can say 3, 4, 5, I don't know. That's why when she finishes her speech, we start asking for exactly points of view, exactly times. And we write down a 50-year-old housewife who had been well until 4 months previously. So we catch there were 4 because we were asking more. Complained, or she came complaining, or she was complaining, I don't matter, okay?
Okay.
You can see it's in past, complained of. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. She's giving me 2 symptoms that are the same in context, right? But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Complained of tiredness and malaise. So you can see, we don't use the expression of the patient. We translate to the medical term, as we were talking in the second presentation, right? I sent you a chart with some general ideas, the most common ones that are in the book that I use for preparing this material. But, well, you have the key. You only have to check the expression of the patient and the translation, what she's talking about. Let's go ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've been put on 9 kilos in the last year. So we said she had gained 9 kilos in year before she presented to her GP, the general practitioner, right?
Okay, okay.
Although she denied eating more than usual. So we again translated the idea, organizing the expression to the chronological order of the events, right? Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. We said she was constipated. Again, we translate the term. And she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see the difference, right? From the common expressions to the medical terms. According to this, you have this second exercise when you check a 60-year-old man, and we have underlined the common expressions, and we have the answer. The man says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Everything in common English, right?
Exactly.
Going to the answer. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see the difference, right? Even instead of a long expression, we just use one word. That's the objective in English, to write down. That's the first exercise. Okay. At the end of the workshop, I'm going to send you this file to the group. And according to that, you're going to have homework writing down a case report by your own from a dialogue and the exercises from the classes. Okay.
Okay.
So let's start writing down. It's easy, very easy, but it needs practice. We are going to work together in this module 1 with the case report, physical exam, and all the technical details of the clinical history. In module 2, we are going to write down the letter of referral.
Okay.
It's
Excellent.
easy. You are going to check. It's easy. Okay, dear. So have a good night. Have a great weekend and see you Monday, okay?
Okay. See you, teacher. Good night.
Good
Thank you.
night. Bye-bye. Hi, Jasmine.
Good night, teacher.
Good night. How are you? I'm sorry I took 2 minutes from your time, but you were late with the explanation, yeah?
Don't worry, teacher.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, dear, from yesterday, do you have any question?
Yes, teacher. Again, I have 4 slides.
Okay, perfect. Let's go there first. Let
Okay.
me see which one is the first one.
The slide 11.
Okay. The letter of referral, I think.
Exactly. The letter refer.
Okay, what's wrong?
My doubt was it starts telling symptoms with words patients, and at the end ends with a resume but this time with medical words. So that was my doubt. That's the that is the way it should be, a letter of referral.
Actually, we have the objective of this course to write down the letter of referral. But for understanding how to do it, you have to understand, you have to be clear how to write down the case report. If you don't know how to write down the case report, you are not going to be able to write down the letter of referral, right? We have, well, I'm giving you a huge explanation. In the letter of referral, we send a patient to a specialist, to another doctor. We consider 3 paragraphs, maybe 4. The first one, we introduce the patient and give the chronological order of the complaints, of the symptoms. And according to the situation, you can use medical terms or maybe medical common terms. It depends on you, but it's better in medical terms. The second paragraph, yes?
That, for example, in that letter, he describes like the patient said to the doctor,
Yes.
instead of said arrhythmia, he puts palpitations, heat intolerance, and have
that her hands tendency to shake,
Shake,
and
yes.
again, and at the end, he puts fine tremor
Tremor,
of the hand,
right.
medical term.
Yes, in this first paragraph, you explain all the complaints. In the second paragraph, you start the first sentences, well, the first sentence, just one, have to be, you have to write down the diagnosis and then support the diagnosis, the correct one, with the physical exam, labs, and imaging tests. Until this point, we have the physical exam, and that's enough that in this example. But if we read it completely, it has to check lab tests, of course, because it's according to the hyperthyroidism, and without a lab, it's not a diagnosis. And if it considers necessarily imaging tests, ultrasound, MRI, CT scan, we don't know, right? And in the last paragraph, you have two choices. You have the third paragraph when you can support the social history, clinical past events, antecedents, pathological antecedents, family antecedents. I don't know, anything you want to support about a situation that is similar to this. And everything you consider necessarily to get it clear. And in the last paragraph, you have to say goodbye in a polite way. You have to remind the specialist you are open for collecting more information about this patient because it was yours and it's supposed you have all the information, and that's all. But as I was telling you, if you want to go just for writing down the letter of referral and don't write down the case report, it's not going to be able. It's not possible. During the med school, if you, you have to write down, first of all, the clinical history, the clinical report complete, and then you learn how to write down the referral, right?
Right.
Same as in English, the same mistake. In the med school, which one is the first step for writing down? Which one is the first part that you have to write it down correctly? And if you don't, you are not able to write down a correct physical exam and all the elements.
Yeah, the case report.
Yes, the case report, if we translate it as a concept, is the historia de la enfermedad actual.
Exactly.
If we go to the dictionary, historia de la enfermedad actual could be the current history, something like that. But in English, it's not called the current history, it's the case report.
Okay.
In the case report, well, these guidelines are written down for me. Yeah, I did it when I was a student. And I just took some important ideas because for catching this conclusion, you had to read lots of grammar books, and it's not clear at the moment because every college has their own steps. But the general points are these. Using medical terminology in a brief paragraph. Only add the general data of the patient. I mean, you don't have to write down the full name. You only write down the capital letters, maybe, if you consider them necessarily. In your case, would be SRY, and that's all. Santa Cruz Rosas Jasmine, and that's enough. Or avoid the capital letters and write down like this, the age, the occupation, or the age and the sex, and that's enough. That's the general data. That's why we have to take it in account very clear.
Okay.
Of course, you use the chronological order of the complaints. You help the patient to organize all the speech and then write down using medical terms, not the common terms. In this case, in the letter of referral, you were taking in account. You can describe in the referral the expression of the patient for making a clear idea. Palpitations is going better with tachycardia instead of arrhythmia.
Yeah, that's true.
So the tachycardia, well, the patient is not being clear if they are regular or irregular. It's not clear at the point when they were talking, I think. Those my palpitations could be a good way to avoid that detail and gives information. Okay, it's interesting. About the tendency to shake, the same. They have to describe when you use a medical term, he says fine tremor, but we have lots of ways of fine tremor. We have to support which kind of fine tremor while movement, while being in rest all the time, just while changing positions. The details are not here. And a good letter of referral, a good support of your physical exam must show the details, right? So it's different.
Or have the entire information.
Yeah, you have to give all the information or don't give that. Don't mention that. Don't show that you are not prepared for doing that. It's a crime, of course, right? Same as in Spanish. At this moment, when you are writing down the case report, the historia de la enfermedad actual, you don't talk about the treatment of this case. You don't talk about antecedents. You don't mention the diagnosis. Just organize the ideas of the patient, right?
Oh, right.
And everything has to be in past time. Always write down in past. Why in past? Because you evaluated your patient in past. Few minutes ago, at this moment, when you are writing down, you are not evaluating the patient. You are not sending the report with the patient next to you, and the next colleague is not going to come and evaluate again and check. It's not going to happen. So you have this example. Very clear, I think. I like it too much. Yeah. It was for homework, but no, I use it for showing you how to do it. You have the questions, you have here the answers, okay? And now we have a lady that is giving us the situation, a 50-year-old housewife. You can see there are not the capital letters or general data because it's not important, the name. Why not? When you set the letter of referral or any document in the English medical report, the medical history, you have a specific chart with all of the general data, full name, address, age, sex, occupation, insurance, health number, everything. So you don't need to repeat and round information again and again and again. It's different from Spanish. In Spanish, we repeat too much. In English, you don't have to do it. Avoid repeating information.
Interesting.
It's brief, it's clear, it's better for me. For example,
Practical.
yes, practical, so practical. If you receive, for example, like this, let's read. I was well until a few months ago. She's not telling us exactly the time. But when the patient finishes her speech, we start asking and asking and asking, right? And we punctualize how many times certainly was, and we get here 4 months, right? I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. She's repeating 2 symptoms, well, 2 expressions according to 1 symptom, right? But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So you can see, in one side, we have the worn out. In the other side, we have the fall of color and be tired. Now we make the translation. Who had been well until 4 months previously. She complained of, or she came complaining of, I don't know, everything in past, tiredness, and we justify the fall of color and be tired. 2 expressions in 1 word, and malaise. Okay, worn out is malaise. So you can see we are making the resume of the expressions of the patient just to the topics we are looking for, right? Going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've put on 9 kilos in the last year. So she had gained, again in past, 9 kilos in weight. In the year before, she presented to her GP. So you can see she came with this main complaint, right? And then we are catching the idea that the problem is not just for 4 months. It started 1 year ago while gaining weight.
Mm, the
And
last
she's
year.
noticing, she's noticing that during the interview. That's why we only take the information and we organize. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP, although she denied it more than usual. We get the chronological situation, right? Let's go ahead. My motions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. Motions are hard, of course, constipated, right? She was constipated and she noticed that her hair started to fall out. So you can see how we changed all the common terms to the medical terms, right?
Exactly. And in order, in chronological order, like you said.
Yes. So in that way, we have to practice how to write it down, previously going to the letter of referral. We do it, we catch this. We have the second example. We have a man, a 60-year-old man, and we have underlined the expressions he's telling us. I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Of course, there are common expressions. You go to the medical terms. A 60-year-old man, again, the way to introduce your patient, presented to his GP with malaise, first expression, and fatigue, the second expression, for several months, right? He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see the resume, right? Until this point, it's clear, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. At the end of the workshop, I'm going to send you this file. I'm going to send to the group, I think, and the homework. One homework with the case report, and the second homework with the exercises of the classes we had this week.
Perfect. Thanks, teacher.
There is a lot to write down this weekend.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but it's gonna be easy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, dear. So let's go ahead, and any question, you can send me a message, okay?
Okay, teacher, thank you. See you Monday.
See you Monday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Hugo. How are you?
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good
I'm fine.
night.
How are you?
Fine. Not working. Sorry for taking 1 or 2 times from your time. And thank you so much for exchanging the schedule.
No, there's no worry. Happy to help.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, you get into, and I was finishing explaining your colleague the case report.
Okay, okay.
That's one objective that we have for writing down context at this point.
All right.
And well, let's start with you. First of all, do you have any question from yesterday?
No, there's no doubts about what we talked. What the class was yesterday, I think.
Yes, that was clear, right?
Yeah, it's everything is clear. That's the good thing about your class. It's very clear.
Thank you so much. You encourage me. Okay, dear. So let me explain you this part, this objective of writing down.
All right.
When during college, during the med school, we have the chance to learn how to write down the clinical history, the full one, right?
All right.
But we have a first step that is one of the most important parts, I think, because following that information, you can focus your physical exam and studies and everything, right? At this point, you have to, well, the first element you write down correctly is the case report. In Spanish, la historia de la enfermedad actual, right?
Right.
And well, in this case, in English, we have to learn how to do it in order to catch how to prepare the rest of the information, I think. This basis is all, of course, very important because you start practicing how to translate the common expressions from the patients to the medical terminology, right?
All right.
And well, I have this file, the case report guidelines that are prepared by myself from the experience I got while being a medical student lots of years ago. Oh, yeah, lots years ago, yeah. A lot of time ago, yeah.
All right.
And you have to take in account these general ideas. First of all, in the case report, you always use medical terminology, just no other information, no other expressions, at least they are extremely necessary. And it has to be in a brief paragraph. As much brief you can, it's better, okay?
Okay, okay.
You take the general data of the patient, but you have this way to do it. You only can say, you only can express the age, the sex, and the occupation. That's enough.
All
Or
right.
you can write down the capital letters of the patient names. For example, in your case, would say PMH, no more.
All right.
And but not the full name, just the capital letters, or just avoid the capital letters and send me the age and the occupation like this. And that's all.
And what about the gender?
Okay, if, for example, if you don't have the occupation, you add the gender.
A
A
50-year-old
50-year-old
woman.
woman in this case.
Okay, okay.
For example, here, we have a 60-year-old man. We don't have the occupation.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
But in case, like we say, a 50-year-old doctor or 50-year-old engineer or something like that?
Yes, woman engineer or man
Ah,
engineer or
man
man
engineer.
just.
Okay, okay, okay. That was my
Yes.
type. Okay.
Okay. Of course, you help the patient to get the chronological order of the symptoms, organizing them. You know how to do it, of course, because it's the same as in Spanish. And don't forget that at this point, when you are talking in this first part of the clinical history, you don't have to give me the treatment, diagnosis, antecedents, past events. That's not important. We only focus on the complaints, okay?
Okay.
Is that clear at the moment, right?
Everything is clear now.
Okay. And never forget to write down in past every time, always. Why in past? As I was telling you in the previous classes, you have, well, you evaluated your patient 5 minutes ago when you're writing down when you finished the evaluation, right? You are not evaluating your patient, talking to him and writing down at the same time, because this is not polite, right? You have to take your time to make face contact, eye contact, to talk in confidence, and then you start writing down, organizing your own ideas, right?
Yes, of course.
With that situation, we have this example. We have the speech of a lady, and according to this speech, we translate to the case report. It was a homework exercise, but I decided to use it as an example. We have here the key, the answer key, to catch the meanings of this, right?
Okay.
And the lady says, I was well until a few months ago. In the speech of the patient, she's not telling us how many times exactly or a few months ago. Could be 3, 5, I don't know. The idea she got about a few months, right? But when she finishes, we start asking and we punctualize on the time. And we catch that there were 4 months. So we start like this with the general data of the patient. A 50-year-old housewife who had been well until 4 months previously. You see the difference, right?
Yes.
While writing down the case report, you get exact information, clear information about the complaint, the main complaint, the reason why she's in the appointment at the moment, right? Going ahead. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. She is giving us two symptoms, well, two expressions to the same symptom, right?
Right.
I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Now we have two symptoms to one expression, to one term, and worn out that it's another symptom, right? We translate the idea. Who has been well until 4 months previously, starting past, complained of tiredness. Here in tiredness, we are making the resume of fell of color and be tired. And malaise, the worn out.
Okay.
So you can notice, you can check how we are exchanging the patient expression into the medical term, right?
Right.
Okay, going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've put on 9 kilos in the last year. We translate again. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP, although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see, we start talking about the complaint that she had gained 9 kilos. But now we notice that the situation is not just for 4 months, it's for 1 year ago to this point. 1 year ago, she was checking, noticing changes, and then she presented to the general practitioner for evaluating why she's feeling with tiredness and malaise, right? So you can see we are reorganizing the speech in order to catch the chronological events and then organize that the trouble is not just at this point, right?
Right.
So let's go ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. We translate it again. She was constipated because hard motions are for constipation, right? She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see all the explanation she gave to us, we translate to the medical term, right?
Yes, everything.
Until this point, do you have any doubt?
No, I think it's very clear. Just
It's
only
clear.
to put the sentence and the terminology terms at the about how they refer the symptoms. I think it's clear that part. And
Yes.
chronological.
The same as in Spanish, finding the chronological order of the events, right?
Yeah. No, that's...
Going to the next example. We have a 60-year-old man, and he says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food, and I've lost 10 kilos in weight, right? He's talking in present. We change it to the past. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. We didn't catch how many months because we don't consider it important. There's no trouble. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see the difference, right? From common terms to medical terms.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
It's easy to make, right? It's kind of piece of cake, right?
Yes, it's only to check the common terminology to the medical terminology.
Yes, perfect. That's a good point. So according to that, I'm going to send to the group 2 homework files. One is with the exercises of this classes week, the third and the fourth presentation, similar to homework 1 from the last week. And a second file asking for a case report from a dialogue, right?
All right.
So according to the information, of course, we have a deadline and everything as always. So let's practice on this, right? This is the basis for the next steps of working on.
Okay, fine.
Perfect. Is there any question until this point?
No, everything is clear, I think, and the presentations are going to help a lot because there's a lot of terminology that we don't put in practice too much often. But I think with the presentation that you already gave us, are gonna be the keys to make everything a little more easy.
Okay, perfect. So in that order, I think we have everything done. Yeah, thank you again. And well, we can meet on Monday, okay?
Okay, see you on Monday,
Okay.
teacher.
Okay, about writing down the case report, if there's any question while making the exercise, don't worry, you can send me a message, okay, by WhatsApp.
Okay,
And we are going to check the answer of your writing down homework of the case report on the next workshop, okay?
okay, okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So have a great weekend, Hugo. Thank you for helping us.
Don't worry. Thank
Let
you for
me ask you
everything.
something. Is that this schedule is okay for you, for not moving you anymore?
No, any schedule is fine by me. I have time in my free days and at my work time to me. Also, they give me time to do the workshop and take the class.
Okay,
But
perfect.
this time is okay. I don't have problem with it.
Okay, perfect. So you are going to stay at this schedule, please. I'm preparing the final role according to the students that are asking for and the specific time to get into.
Okay.
And
There's no worries. If
moving
you need any
again the
help to
ones that are
move
not
my
attending.
schedule, there's no problem. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye. See you Monday.
Bye-bye. See you Monday.
Perfect. Now we got the help of Hugo, and that's the best. Well, let me see the order of my students. Now Carla Suarez is supposed. Oh, I'm sorry to get into. Let's wait. Yeah, she's there. Hi, Carla. Good night.
Hi, doctor. Good night.
Hi, how are you? Everything's okay?
Everything is okay. And you?
Yes, great, I think. Maybe a little bit of cold, but it's usually La Paz.
I was going to say that it's cold.
Yeah. Well, until this point, is that okay, this schedule for you, or do you prefer to change it? Now I'm preparing the final role, and I don't want to move more my students.
For me, it's okay. I don't have any trouble.
Perfect. So you're going to stay at this schedule from here until the finish of the whole course, okay?
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
If someday I couldn't enter, I'm going to talk to you earlier.
Oh, okay, perfect. In that order,
Okay.
we can exchange, but we are going to try to stay here, okay?
I don't have any classes at this hour, so I'm okay.
Okay, excellent. So let me see. From yesterday, do you have any question?
More than a question, if you can explain me a little bit of the part of menstruation, please.
Okay.
The meaning of some part.
Okay, menstruation, right?
Yes.
Okay. While going to that part, let me see. Do you have any experience, I mean, about the clinical history, the clinical report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start writing down clinical histories by your own?
Yes.
At the university? Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Okay, there's no trouble. So, okay, is that okay? This slide?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. Which one is your question?
No, I was reading, right? I was reading right now, and that's not the part that I'm confused. The part where I'm confused is in the slide of the childbirth.
Let me see.
I was
Which
reading
slide?
afternoon. childbirth.
Childbirth.
Uh-huh.
Contraception. Yes, let's go there. Pregnancy and birth, right? This one.
That part.
Okay, let me see. Well, I don't know which one is the question about it. We have-
Will, in the part of the childbirth, like in my dad is a psychologist. I don't know how to say it. And there are some parts, yeah. And when you are in a cesarean,
in a C-section.
and you make the part of that in the cesarean section, in the part of, for example, en lo que hacen la expresión, how can I call it? Expression? Is it called the same?
Yes, well, the cesarean section, the abbreviation is C-sec or CS. And the criteria for moving to a C-section is the same as in Spanish. There are no changes.
No, the part when we are taking the placenta.
Yeah.
In that part, how do we call it? And the part of in the part of
in childbirth, right? I got it. The stage 3, the placenta is expelled.
In Spanish has his own name.
Yeah, alumbramiento.
And in English is just the placenta is expelled?
Expelled. The expelled of the placenta.
The expelled is like alumbramiento.
Yeah, it's similar the expression. It's name. It's name just. In English, while talking about everything, I think, we don't try to make some terms from actions that are clear.
Okay.
When the placenta is expelled, is because the body is avoiding the placenta, and that's enough.
Okay.
In Spanish, we say alumbramiento because it sounds kinder, it sounds better. It's not automatic, the term, I think. And by cultural history, cultural ways of talking, if we don't say alumbrar, that, well, it's coming from the term of finishing this period, and the lady who was not a mother is catching a new mindset, I think, catching a new way of thinking. They get the alumbramiento of the mind. That's why it's called alumbramiento. Okay.
And in the C-section or when it's normal labor, there's this thing when we are taking off the blood, in Spanish is expresión, right?
Yeah.
And in English it has no name, or is as like that expression, or how can we call it?
Certainly I don't understand very well the question.
When
if you want to in Spanish.
Cuando termina la cesárea y o sea, apretamos para que terminen de salir los coágulos que quedan.
We wake the punishment, the push. We push the abdomen to avoid clots.
Yes.
Remove clots.
And in Spanish, it's called expresión.
Yes, could we say expresión, but it has a name, this maneuver.
What is the name?
I'm thinking on it. I forgot it. That was the name of the one, the doctor who developed it. It's an strange name. Es parecido al Gastelú, es el nombre del doctor que ha hecho esa maniobra. When you move the abdomen and move and help moving away all the clots, right? Let me remember this, and I'm gonna send you then a message, please.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, it's out of my mind, but
I will just search it as well. If I find it, I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to remind it because it's very common, but actually this technique, this maneuver is not recommended because you can
Okay.
induce complications before the C-section or
Okay.
after the C-section in the cut line, I mean.
Okay.
That's why you are not advised, it's not actually in the guidelines to make that kinds of maneuver.
Mhm.
Or for example, when you start pushing the abdomen in the normal delivery
Okay.
in order to help the mother to push, and they are so tired and you don't have enough time to go to a C-section, you push here to expel the baby, right?
Yes.
And that's the same technique for avoiding clots, right?
Uh-huh.
This technique, it's avoided for around 20 years because you can cause baby suffering. You can cause babies anopsia, and that's a
Okay.
huge trouble. That's why we are not recommended, but if we don't have any other choice, well, let's do this.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Let me remember the name. It's almost here. I'm going to remind it.
It's okay.
Yes, according to that, if you make the same maneuver in a C-section, of course, you are so close to the cut, you can help to break the tissue if it's too soft. That's why you are not able to do it. You have to
Okay.
aspire, you have to take off everything previous making the suture, and it
Okay.
will be the best way. But in our countries, we continue practicing this because sometimes we don't have any other option.
Yes.
Well, any
Okay.
other question, maybe?
No, I think no. I'm okay.
Okay, so let's make a brief resume about this. The case report is the objective of this workshop. In the case report, we start practicing how to write down the clinical history. And the case report is the first step of this.
Okay.
The case report is the same as the Historia de la Enfermedad Actual, okay?
Okay.
Just the first part of the clinical history for organizing the ideas and catching the correct information, right?
Right.
These guidelines are not in a book, are from my personal notes. And
Okay.
I'm just showing you the most important parts, the most important points. And according to that, you can write down an easier paragraph, okay?
Okay.
First of all, you use medical terminology in a brief paragraph, knowing the common terms of the explanation of the patient. That's the first step in the patient, the first difference, I think, in the history from English to Spanish. In English, everything in common, in English terms, in medical terms. In Spanish, yes.
When I'm writing the history clinic, I have to put like where they teach me in the in motivo de consulta. I have to put the words of the patient, and in the history of this enfermedad, I have to put my terminology words, right?
Yes.
Is that fine if I do it like that?
Nope. No. The main complaint, the reason because the patient is in an appointment with you is in medical terms.
Everything
in medical terms.
Okay.
If you consider necessarily, because there could be another kind of interpretation of meaning, maybe in a very specific situations, you can send the patient expression, but it's not the advice, I think. Okay.
Medical. Okay.
Of course, you use the medical term, or you use the general data of the patient.
Okay.
Go in a chronological order, the same as in Spanish. In the general data, you only add the age, maybe the gender or the sex of the patient and the occupation, and that's enough. You don't have to write down again the name, it's not necessary. Okay?
Okay.
At this moment, at this point, you don't tell me anything about previous treatment or things he was taking. That's not important here.
Okay.
Moreover, you don't have to give me the diagnosis, nothing, just the case report, just the complaints of the patient, okay? And
Okay.
everything in past.
Okay.
You have this example, and well, you can see the difference. This is the speech of the patient, and this is the symptoms of the patient that you are writing down.
Okay.
You have the key here, okay? And the patient says, I was well until a few months ago. We don't know how many times because we take some information while talking to the patient and we get that there were 4 months, right? In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. So, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. According to this information, we translate. Who had been well until 4 months previously. She complained in past, or she was complaining of tiredness and malaise. So you can see the expressions of the patient, 2 expressions in just one medical term, and being completely worn out just with malaise. We have the meanings, right?
Right.
I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So we said here, she's talking now about 1 year ago. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. So she was 1 year checking changes and she didn't attend to the doctor. She didn't go.
Okay.
That's why you have to support this chronological event. Yeah. Although she denied it more than usual.
Okay.
My emotions are hard and my hair started to fall out. So she was constipated because motions are hard, and she noticed that her hair has started to fall out. So you can see the difference from the speech to the case report, right?
Yes.
The same as here. You have these expressions underlined from this 60-year-old man, and then you have the translation. Please check this, okay?
Okay.
You're going to check the same. The common expressions are now into medical terms.
Okay.
According to that, I'm going to send homework at the end of the work tonight. One file with the case report and a second file with the exercises of this week. Okay?
Okay. Okay, teacher.
Okay. Okay, Carla. So any question, you can send me a message, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. So
Thank you, doctor. Have a nice weekend.
you too. Have a nice weekend and see you Monday, okay?
See you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hi, Jorge. I'm sorry I took
Good
2
evening,
minutes
teacher.
of your time. Hi,
Oh,
good
don't
evening.
worry. It was actually very interesting.
Yes, you were catching some details about the case report.
Yes.
Well, you're in first year. Well, you have experience for me in 2 years, in the second year in the previous university, right?
Yes.
But
It was the first semester from the
yes,
second year.
perfect. Did you have the chance to write down the clinical history in Spanish?
Yes, I actually did that. Like there a couple of times, like 2 or 3 times, I think, because we already we did as part of every module from our subjects, we did an analysis from a clinical case.
Oh, perfect. So you catch the idea how to write down which steps we follow to write down the clinical history, right?
Yes, but also with the difference, like as you mentioned once, I remember that in Spanish, we use the same terms that the patient used when describing their symptoms, right? But in English, we have to change that for the technical words.
Yes, all the time. So never miss that idea because it's very important while writing down. If you fail in that, we are wrong.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, from yesterday, do you have any question?
Yes, I have some doubts. Let me see my notes because I always write down my doubts because otherwise I
Okay.
forget.
That's great. You're a good student.
Yeah, I try to be a good student. So there is this term which is thrive. I just want to know if when we say thrive, it means the same thing that in Spanish we call like the big stretch, like that period that with a big growth, a change in the height.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember the slide?
Yes, it was about. It was the slide that talked about celiac disease,
Okay.
and there were some terms there. Yes, it's this
Zero
one.
to thrive.
Thrive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the tribe grows strongly. Here you have the meaning of tribe like that.
Yes, but there's a special. I know that there is a special period. I think it's during puberty, when there is a high increase of height, right?
Yeah,
So I want to know if it's the same term.
yes. It's going to that context.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
a good interpretation. When you talk about the failure to thrive, is because you cannot reach the height you were prepared genetically, because you have a problem, a functional problem that is interrupting that process.
Okay. I understand.
Perfect.
Also, another doubt that I have. You said that distension can be used as a synonym of swelling. For example, abdominal distension. You can say that when there is some swelling in the abdomen, right, in that
Yeah.
zone. But I don't know if distension can always be replaced, like the term of swelling can always be replaced by the term of distension, like in all the contexts, or it's just when it's about certain zones like the abdomen.
This tension is better for abdomen just
Okay.
because it's getting bigger because of air or liquids, right?
Okay.
And swelling is because the organ or the structure is getting bigger, not just because liquid or gas, because I don't know, because another kind of process. A swelling, for example, a liver swelling. Can you catch the difference? It becomes in growth, it becomes bigger.
Yes.
Because it's really growing up, right?
Okay.
And wait. And according to that situation, the liver, for avoiding that swelling, requires treatment and things like that for going back to the normal size, right?
Oh yeah, I understand.
But
so
the
would it be
liver doesn't become distended. It becomes
okay?
involved.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you. But
Okay.
in some, let's say in certain organs, like in any organ, in some organ, would it be right to say that the organ is distended, and in what cases, or in what cases not?
For not solid organs, for example, blood vessels, they can distend.
Okay.
The abdomen, in order is a cavity, it becomes distended.
Okay. Okay.
For bowels, they have air inside, they become distended, right?
Okay.
Solid organs, because in enlargement or swelling.
Okay, perfect. That's super clear.
Okay, perfect.
And yes, that's it. Those were my doubts from these presentations.
Perfect. So, for example, a uterus becomes distended because a baby is inside, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. And the uterus is like empty inside.
Yes. When it's empty, it's distended because maybe has a tumor, a myoma, it becomes distended.
Okay.
It's like a bubble gum. When you get
Yeah.
distended and get bigger, 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 and then you can replace it to small, that's distended. And enlargement, it's different because the whole structure is becoming bigger.
Okay. Yeah, it's like it's not just the cavity, but the all the structure of like the tissue itself from the organ is becoming bigger.
Yes, the tissue, all the tissue, all the structures that are inside. For example, when the spleen gets bigger, gets with enlargement or swelling, all the trabeculas, I don't know how to say trabecula in English. I have to check this. Well, all the
Okay.
anatomical details inside and outside, of course, are getting enlarged. The function changes because it becomes not as effective as the normal size, right?
Yeah.
The same way the kidney. The kidneys, when become in enlargement, could be because of a tumor, because of mass, because of another kind of process that is complicated. And that enlargement changes the process of producing urine, right? Of cleaning the blood.
Yeah.
So now I think it's clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear. And also normally I know that they are not synonyms, but normally in the organs that are like that are compact organs, like those organs that don't have a cavity,
Yeah.
when they present swelling, is it always associated to inflammation somehow, or sometimes it can be for other reasons?
No, it's usually for inflammation.
Okay.
Hepatitis is the swelling, the inflammation of the liver, right?
Yes.
And that's all. The cause of the hepatitis, of course, we have to study and check which one is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now is that clear, right?
Yeah, that's clear, teacher. Thank you.
Perfect. So let's see this. When you were listening how I was talking to your classmate, the case report, and well, I'm glad you got the experience how to write it down a clinical history, because according to that, we can consider that in English, we have one way to write down that is different from Spanish.
Yes.
And the differences are very clear because in Spanish, you use the expression of the patient as much as you can to be clear and not avoiding that words for not having loyal troubles, I think, right?
Yeah.
In English, we follow the same objective. We have to avoid loyal troubles, but we organize the idea as a general language for all colleagues. I mean, we only use medical terminology for not missing or mixing information according to the interpretation from the patient expression.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so these guidelines are from my personal notes, just the most important points that I consider necessary while learning how to write it down. So always the case report could be translated to Historia de la Enfermedad Actual, okay? In the context of the clinical history.
Okay.
Yeah, we are going to see in module 2, which case report, study of case report is, and it's different. But the case report in the clinical history is the Historia de la Enfermedad Actual. We have the main complaint, the strongest reason for the appointment, and then we have the case report, right? The main complaint can be expressed, can be sent in the expression of the patient. There is no trouble. But if you consider necessary, you write down into the medical term. There is no trouble.
Okay.
In the case report, you use medical terminology in a brief paragraph, and you take the general data of the patient. For example, here, a 50-year-old housewife in this case. Because it's a housewife, you know, it's a woman, right?
Yes.
But if there was a 50-year-old engineer, you don't know the gender, if it's male or female, right?
Yeah.
So you can say a 50-year-old male engineer, for example.
Okay.
So for giving you an idea, okay?
Yes.
Of course, we write down in the chronological order, maybe organizing the symptoms, the ideas that the patient is giving us, right? And the same as in Spanish, when you write down the case report, you don't have to send the treatment. You don't have to give me a diagnosis. No details, just organize the ideas of the patient. If the patient starts talking about medication, it's not important to talk at this point. It's according to the situation, you reorganize the expressions, okay?
Okay.
And everything in past time. Every time, always, never forget it, because you are not talking to your patient or writing down at the same time, right?
Yeah.
You talk to your patient, you make eye contact, and then you write down everything, getting clear what the patient is explaining us, right?
Right.
So we have this example to check. That was for homework, but now I use it for explaining this.
Okay.
We have the the white spaces, and we have the answer here. And it says that it's a lady that is talking to us. I was well until 5 months ago. 5 months, it's not exactly, right? It's not giving us an amount. But when the patient finishes the speech, we can talk about it, and we can start asking more and more and more and get the exact period of time, right? According to that, when you go to the case report, remember, general data, a 50-year-old housewife who had been well until 4 months previously. 4 months, because we know while talking that that was the exact time. Okay, the patient says, in the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day, right? Making a translation. Once previously, complainant, you can see it's in past, complaint of tiredness and malaise, right? You are changing the expression of the patient, fell off color and a bit tired for tiredness, just one medical term. You don't have to repeat 2, 3, or 4 terms, just one.
Yeah.
Making a resume from the whole expressions of the patient. And I've been completely worn out. Worn out is malaise, of course, right? So you are changing that information. She had, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So we translate. She says that 1 year is gaining weight, not is just 4 months problem.
Yes.
So we express this idea. She had gained, again in past, 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. She made the appointment. She went to the appointment or the evaluation or something like that, okay, to her GP, general practitioner. Although she denied it more than usual. So we organize that 4 months are the main complaint, but the trouble is around for 1 year, right?
Yes.
Emotions are hard, and my hair had started to fall out. We noticed this. She was constipated, again we exchange the idea, and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see we exchanged the expressions to the medical term. Until this point, is that any question?
Yes, just one question. Would it be right if I, for example, I know that I have to replace the terminology that the patient uses, replace for the medical term, but can I like put into a parenthesis the term that the patient used?
No.
Just to, so that it's not allowed?
Just to explain the expression of the patient? No, it's not allowed. Just medical term. If you do it, you are rounding information, and that rounding information, it becomes a loyal trouble for you.
Okay, so in what cases or in what case is it allowed to write like the term that the patient used?
There's not allowed.
Okay.
Not possible to do it. If
In
you
any
have the
case.
exception, if you have to do it, it's because it can be in a lots of ways to become in an interpretation, or if you didn't get the complete information, no more ways. We are going to check that expressions while checking homework next week, okay?
Okay.
According to that, this over to you example, you have the answer here. Compare the underlined expressions with the answer, and you are going to see the same changes, okay, Jorge?
Okay.
And at the end of the workshop, I'm going to send all of you to the group, I'm going to send the homework, 2 files, one case report for writing down, and a second file with the exercises for the classes, okay?
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot of writing down this weekend.
Yes. So we have 2 homeworks, right? The case report and the other homework that you sent previously.
Yes. And the second
Okay.
one. Okay.
Okay.
So dear, see you Monday, and
Thank you, teacher.
keep on teaching, okay? Keep on studying.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Have a good weekend. Bye-bye. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Doctor. How are you?
Hi. Fine. Well, you were listening a little bit of the case report explanation from your colleague.
Yes.
And well, that's one of the most important topics at this point. So let's finish checking this part for not making a confusion, okay?
Okay.
Previously, you get into, we were talking about these general terms, I think, general guides. When we consider this, we have to write down in medical terminology and write down in as brief paragraph you can. It doesn't have to round information, doesn't have to repeat data. Everything has to go just to the point. Yeah. And then keeping this idea in mind, you start writing down the general data of the patient. Of course, the same as in Spanish, you use the chronological order to organize the symptoms or help the patient to organize the time of everything, treating to be exactly at the moment, right? How many months, how many years, I don't know. According to that, at this point of writing down exercise, you don't have to send or to talk about treatment, diagnosis, a pathological antecedents, familiar or social history. That is not important at this point. Why not? Because we have a chart, a special place to write it down. It's different from Spanish. And everything in past time. Always write down in past time. If you want in present something, a detail maybe, everything is wrong. Everything is okay. And going to this perfect example, I think. You have the speech from a lady. We have the key and that was homework, but I decided to use it as an example now. And this lady is telling to us, I was well until a few months ago, but she's not telling how many months. It's important to get, right? When the patient finishes the speech, we start asking and we punctualize how many times. That's why we report 4 months here, okay?
Okay.
Okay, remember, general data, a 50-year-old housewife, we have the age, we can add the gender, female or male, and the occupation, or if the occupation is enough for getting the idea what gender is that, that's enough to add the occupation, okay? You have, for example, a 50-year-old teacher, you don't know if he's male or female, right? You can say a 50-year-old male teacher, 50-year-old female teacher, and then you can continue. I've been well until 4 months previously, so we visualize the time, and then we start with the translation of the ideas of the patient to the medical terms.
Okay.
I've been well for maternity complaint, or she came complaining of. It depends on us, okay? In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So we have here, fell off color and bit tired. The patient is repeating the same idea in 2 expressions, right? But when going to the case report, we translate only to 1 expression, only to 1 medical term. You don't need to translate each one and repeat synonyms of tiredness. It's not necessarily. Just 1 and that's enough. Tiredness and malaise. Worn out is malaise, so go to the med term, not malaise.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. She had gained, again in past, 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. So she went to the doctor, considering a problem that it's during 1 year. Now we are helping to organize this idea to the patient, considering that she has 1 year problem.
Okay.
Although she denied eating more than usual. Okay. The patient says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. So if emotions are hard, the patient is constipated. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. You can see everything in past. We changed the expressions of the patient to this case, to the medical terms, right? We are not talking about diagnosis. We are not talking about medication or family history or social history.
History
Yes.
in medical terms, right?
Yes, just we are translating the complaints to the medical terms. That's enough. We have the second paragraph. When we have a 60-year-old man, we don't have the occupation. That's not a trouble at this point. And the patient says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I put off my food, and I've been off my food. I'm sorry, I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you have underlined the social expressions, the common ones, and you translate it. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP. Why presented to his GP? Because in the health structures, health services in some other countries, you first go to the GP, to the general practitioner, and then you are referred to the specialist according to the situation. No, I haven't been myself. He's with fatigue and malaise, worn out is malaise, for several months. We repeat several months like here because the one who sent it is not taking enough information for catching how many times he's certainly with that situation. So you have to repeat the same idea. Okay. He also complained of anorexia, being off my food, and weight loss of 10 kilos. So considering this, it's easy, we can say, to translate the ideas, but we need practice.
Yeah.
So is that clear how to do it?
Yeah, everything's clear. I think everything's clear. It's just like say and practice, like you say.
Yes, while practicing, you're going to see it's easy to make, and it's practical. It's better than in Spanish. You don't write the information. You don't use the patient expressions. You don't use ganjas, modismos.
It's the simplest report.
Yes, it's better. In that order, according to the homework, we are going to work on this next week. Okay.
Okay, everything's clear.
Okay. From yesterday, do you have any question?
Not really. I just want in the slide of give me a minute. In goiter and goiter. Okay. It's different in the spelling that one. That's all my questions.
One is from UK and the other one is from USA.
Okay. Actually,
they are synonyms. That's just the way of writing down is different, but the meaning is the same.
Okay, that's my only question.
Okay, perfect. There is no trouble. According to this, there are minimal details in changes about the way of writing down from UK to USA, but the pronunciation and the situations, the grammar context, it's the same. There is no other way.
Okay.
Okay, Amy. So as I was telling Jorge, I'm going to send 2 files of homework, okay? One with the case report exercise, and then the assignments and quizzes in a second file, okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Perfect. Thank you to your attendance. Let me see. This schedule, is that okay for you?
Yeah, everything okay.
Okay, perfect. So we are going to continue at the same time until the end the full course, okay? Module 2 is going to be the same.
Okay, thank you, teacher. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, you too. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday.
Monday.
Bye-bye. What a relief. Now we got in order. So Virginia Lopez is going to come here. And let's wait a little bit for her. She always comes, so there's no trouble for me. Okay, so let's wait a little bit to Virginia. Oh, she's here. Hi, Virginia. Hi, can you listen to me, Virginia?
Hi, teacher. Yes, I can listen to you.
Perfect. How are you? How was the day?
Fine, and you? How are you?
Well, it was a busy day, but nothing different from the reality. Okay, dear. Yesterday we had a clear class, I think, just going to the point. And do you have any question from that?
Yes, teacher, I have some. The first one in slide 23.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Okay.
Okay, give me a second. 23, right?
Yes,
Menstruation.
that one. In that one, I want to ask, why do we use the term 252 or 52 in specific to
Okay,
mean the last menstrual period?
okay, when we talk about this, right?
Yes.
The LMP.
Yes, yes.
Well, in Spanish, you're in your internship, right?
Yes.
You got the gynecologist expressions, right?
Yes.
In gynecology, we got some formulas to resume the information in order to organize ideas, right?
Yes.
When you talk about the LMP 2/52, it means that 2 weeks ago, you had your period. Why 2 weeks ago? Because you have in the whole year 52 weeks, right? And previous these 52 weeks, your menstruation was present.
Oh.
For example, if there instead of 2 were, I don't know, 5, I catch the idea that 5 weeks ago, I had my period.
Oh. I'm clear now.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, thank you.
In Spanish, we don't write down. We used to write down the date, the exactly date that it started, right?
Yes, that was why I was a little lost.
Yes, it becomes confusing at the beginning, but while practicing, you see that it's practical because in order menstruation comes every month, you only have 4 or 5 weeks in this range of appearing, right?
Yes,
If
that's an
someone,
interesting term.
yes, if someone tells you, I don't know, 8 months ago, 8/52, you are talking about 2 months without menstruation. We have to look for the cause about it, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's true.
It's not
Okay.
now clear, right?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Perfect.
Now
Yeah.
in slide, yes, sorry.
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Now in slide 29.
Okay.
I have one
This one?
question of pronunciation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one?
It withdrawing.
Withdrawal.
Withdrawal.
Yes, withdrawal.
Okay. Withdrawal. Okay. Now in slide 41.
41. Okay.
No, yes, that one. When we talk about delivery, what is the meaning? Referring to labor.
Okay. Labor is the whole process when the pain starts, right?
Yes.
I moved it. The labor is when you start with construction, abdominal constructions. And where is that? Okay, it's the whole process. And the delivery is just the moment when the baby is going out from the uterus. This is the delivery, when the baby is going out. And the labor is when the constructions from the beginning, from the dilation to start, right?
Yes.
And when you deliver the baby and expel the placenta.
Okay. Is like in Spanish we say alumbramiento.
Yes.
Okay.
In Spanish, we say alumbramiento because it's considered, well, in all cultures, that the lady who delivers a baby becomes in a new way of thinking, becomes alumbrada,
Oh,
gets
I
new
didn't know that.
ideas, gets new ways of thinking, of treating the baby, or becomes a mother, becomes an alumbramiento of the new stage of life. That's why you say alumbramiento.
I didn't know that, teacher. It's
Yes,
interesting.
that data is different. It's interesting, right?
Yes, yes. And now I have one question about in general endocrinological system.
Yeah.
How can we ask a patient about pathologies or symptoms in endocrinological system or in an endocrinological consultation? Because, for example, when we talked before about respiratory system or gastrointestinal system, there
Yeah.
were specific ways to talk about it or to ask about it.
Okay. Which one is the most common cause of medical appointment in the chronological consultation? In your opinion? Do you have a specific way of going on? For
Yes.
example, talking about diabetes, for example, patients usually become in diagnosis in two reasons. If they know that they have the possibility to be in diabetes because in family they have parents or siblings with that situation, and they think they are going to the same way because they know something about the disease. Or you go to the endocrinologist consultation because you are referred because of symptoms, very general symptoms, right?
Yes.
In your opinion, which one would be the cause of going to an endocrinologist?
One of that is weight loss.
Yes, certainly weight of loss, right?
Yes. Also polyuria.
Yeah, it's
That is
according to the diabetes, right?
yes.
But patients are not going to ask you about, are not going to check you are not going to tell you, well, they not go at the beginning to the endocrinologist, they go to the internal medicine, right? Internal medicine
Yeah.
specialist, to the physician.
Yes.
So they are not. They are usually referred. They go with a diagnosis or a suspected diagnosis.
Mm,
And according to that situation, you have to check more details.
okay. That's true.
Yes, it's not the first specialist and endocrinologist.
Yes.
First of all is the physician, the internal medicine consultation, and then you get referred.
Yes.
Usually it
Also,
happens. For
there-
example, if you have a thyroid crisis,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
You go to the emergency room where you are delivered,
Yes.
you are sent to that place, you get stabilized, and then the emergencyist called to the physician and the endocrinologist.
Yes, that's right. True.
So there are not exactly words. Exactly questions could be according the situation that send you to the endocrinologist. For example, how long you are noticing you are losing or gaining weight could be one. If you are gaining weight, you can talk about dysfunction in the thyroid gland.
Okay.
Thinking about hyper or hypothyroidism. Hypothyroidism could be better.
Yes.
Or if you feel that you feel shaking and sweating a lot, more than normal, you feel your hands shaking all the time without any reason, or you get on a stress and the shaking is worse and you start sweating and sweating a lot.
Mhm.
You go to the physician, they says, no, the endocrinologist must check because I think it could be hyperthyroidism.
Mhm.
They go with an idea, right?
Mhm. Mhm. It's true. Okay.
Yes, don't worry.
I'm clear now.
Yeah,
That's an
perfect.
important point. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, Miss.
You
That
did.
were all my questions. But
Perfect.
it was a clear class.
Yeah, thank you. That was hard to prepare this. I made my best effort, I swear.
Imagine.
So
Hard.
in order you are in the internship, Virginia, of course you write down the clinical history, right?
Yes.
You write a lot, you make reports, you support your clinical ideas, right?
Yes.
But in order to support that, you have to follow some steps to write down correctly, right?
Yes.
And you have to consider that writing down in English is different from writing down in Spanish. In English, of course, you have, well, in essential, the objective is the same, to give medical information clear, organized, without avoiding details. But in English, you only use medical terminology and write as brief as much as briefer it can be, is better.
Okay.
You don't have to round information, you don't have to use patient explanations, nothing like that. Because if you do that, you are sending yourself to a loyal trouble, because it can become in lots of interpretations, not in the fact you are talking at the moment. That's why you use only medical terminology for using the same language with colleagues specifically. Okay?
Okay.
So this part of the exercise, we are going to start writing down from this point. We have to be sure that the case report is the same as the historia de la enfermedad actual, said in Spanish. Why? Because we have to consider, we have to be clear that if we don't write this part of the paragraph correctly, of the clinical history, I mean, nothing is going to be organized, right?
Yes.
If we miss information in the case report, we miss information in the physical exam, we don't take the whole lab tests or the whole studies, right?
Yes.
And for writing down the case report, you have these main ideas. Always using medical terminology, write down a brief paragraph. In that paragraph, there must be general data of the patient, like this, a 50-year-old, I don't know, housewife in this case. I mean, you give me the age, the occupation, if you have it, and the gender. But if the occupation is giving me the idea about the gender, you don't need to add the gender, the male or female, right?
Yes.
And now it's clear, it's better. You don't have to write down the full name of the patient. You can send me the capital letters of the patient. For example, in your case, would be LBV, and that's enough.
Mhm.
You don't need more details about it.
Yeah.
Well, everything in chronological order, organizing the symptoms from the speech of the patient. You don't have me to give me anything about medication, treatment, diagnosis, labs, nothing like that. It's not important. And everything has to be in past. I mean, consider that if you fail doing this, nothing is going to be organized. Okay?
Okay.
Until this point, do you have any question?
No, no means.
Okay. Try to fill this exercise. Well, I have this and you have the key here. This is the speech of the patient. You are translating the ideas of the patient to the medical term. You have the answers here. And according to this, you fill these blanks in order to translate these expressions to medical terms, right?
Okay.
Try to do it. According to that, you have a second example. The explanation of the patient, underlining the common terms, the social English terms, and you have here the translation of these ideas into medical terminology, right?
Okay.
According to that, I'm going to send homework, similar homework to the group, and then we can talk about it, okay? Right.
Okay, teacher. Thank you.
I'm going to send 2 files at the end of the workshop, one with a case report. You're going to take information from a dialogue, and then we are going to talk about it on next workshop, okay?
Okay, teacher, thank you.
Okay, so see you Monday, Virginia. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Good night. Have a
Good
great
night. Bye-bye.
bye.
Hi, Hazel.
Good night, teacher.
Good
How are
night.
you?
Well, fine. I'm sorry it took 2 minutes from your time,
No,
but well,
it's okay.
sometimes these ideas are not as clear as we expected.
Okay, teacher, it's okay.
Okay, dear. Now, do you have any question from yesterday?
I was checking the slide and I think that I have no questions because it's more like vocabulary.
Okay, perfect. In that order, it's clear, right?
Right.
Okay, that's perfect, because tonight we have to talk about the case report. And well,
okay.
we're listening a little bit with Virginia, in Virginia's time. When we consider that the case report is one of the most important parts of the clinical history, right?
Right.
When you write down the clinical report, the full clinical history, during college, we receive the information in the career and we get a chronological order by practicing, right?
Right.
But we know that one of the most important parts is the top of this, the case report, in Spanish, the Historia de la Enfermedad Actual, right?
Right.
Because if we don't collect and write down correctly that first step, the whole clinical history is going to be wrong. I mean, we are not going to make a good explanation of the findings, the physical exam, even though we are not going to take the correct lab test, imaging test, we miss the diagnosis, everything becomes wrong if we fail on the case report, right? So
Right.
we have some steps, some details to consider from English and Spanish, some differences. In Spanish, you have the chance to use the expressions of the patient. You must write down how the patient presents to you the complaints, right?
Right.
The ideas he says, the exactly words if you consider necessarily. And it's because you have to avoid loyal troubles. But
Yes.
yes, patients are not honest with us. They cannot change their words and say, I never said that, but no, the truth is that he said, and we have to be clear on that while writing down in Spanish. In
Yes.
English, we have the fortune that it's not the same. We use medical terms for getting clear that patient can give us a common expression, but that common expression is interpreted by doctors in just one word for not wasting time, right?
Okay.
For not missing, for not giving the idea that you can get in lots of interpretations. That's why you write down just in medical terminology, just in medical words. You translate the expression to the patient to your own expressions, right?
Right.
They are different cultures, of course, and according to their cultural situations, we have the chance to do it, but we have to be as brief as we can. We have to use a brief paragraph, just going to the point, no rounding ideas, no repeating information, not giving us some details that are out of order, right?
Right.
So we have these general points of view, and we consider this. We use the general data of the patient. I mean, we don't have to write down the full name. We only write down capital letters if we consider necessarily, right? For example, in your case would be MCH, and that's enough.
Okay.
Right, so you catch the idea that your capital letters are supporting whose patient we are talking about. Or you can avoid the capital letters, avoid the name, and just like here, you can write down the age, and that's enough.
Okay.
Moreover, you can add the gender, male or female, and you can write down the occupation. But like this, if the occupation is showing you the gender is not necessarily right.
Right.
Until this point is clear, right? The general
Yeah,
data,
it's clear.
we got it. The same as in Spanish, while talking, we help the patient to get in chronological order all the explanation, right? We consider the main complaint, motivo de consulta, the main complaint
Maybe.
at the beginning of this paragraph, and then we organize the chronological order of the symptoms. Okay.
Okay.
Until this point, we are not talking about treatment. We are not talking about diagnosis, previous diseases, pathological antecedents, family history, social history. It's not important at this point. We are talking about complaints. The situation because of the patient is in your appointment, right?
Right.
And everything has to be written down in past time. Everything in past time. Nothing in present, of course, not in future, because you are not with the patient next to you, listening everything, and you are not writing down while talking to the patient. You talk to your patient, make eye contact, getting clear ideas, and then you write down, making the translation, right?
Right.
According to that, we have this example. We have a lady that is talking to us, talking to the doctor, and explaining the situation. And you are going to see details. I was well until few months ago. Few months is not an exact period of time or not an exact quantity of months, right?
Right.
Just saying few because maybe she's not sure. When the patient finishes the speech, the main speech, then we start asking for more information, right?
Right.
That is possible to punctualize how many months is we travel. We can add that information. If there is no possibility, don't worry. Use the same expression, few months, okay?
Okay.
Okay, the lady says, I was well until few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So you can see, she's talking about 3 symptoms. Well, of color, be tired, and worn out, right?
Right.
When you go to the translation, the paragraph starts like this. A 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously complained, of course in past, you have the key, complained of tiredness and malaise. You can see one symptom, one expression, 2 expressions into just one word. You don't have to write down with synonyms, just one word that makes a resume from the similar expressions that are showing you the complaint of the patient, right?
Right.
Until this point, that fact is clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
And you change the worn out to the malaise because malaise is the medical term, the correct one, right?
Right.
Going ahead, the patient says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So you can see the main complaint is about 3 months, but the real problem is around 1 year. So you reorganize this idea in order to punctualize this information. She had gained 9 kilos in the year before she presented to her GP. Now we get clear that she noticed changes during 1 year, and then she's coming us because of these new symptoms. Although she denied it more than usual. So you can see the difference, right? Like that, right? In the expression of the patient and how we hope to write down.
Yes.
Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. We translate. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out, right? So you see, all the common expressions, the common words, we exchange it to the medical terms. Is that, I think it's clear with that example, right? But it's not as complicated as it looks, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not so different, I think. Going to the second example. We have a 60-year-old man who says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see the common sentences, the common expressions underlined. And then we have the key, the answer key. A 60-year-old man, we start with real data, presented to his GP. We have in past. Why he goes first at the GP? Because the general practitioner is the first step in the healthcare systems around the world. In Latin America, we have exceptions. But presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue. We are changing the expressions of the patient, right?
Right.
For several months. We repeat several months because the one who made this answer is not catching how many times the patient is certainly with this situation. maybe the patient is not sure. And if it's not sure, you repeat to several months, several years, I don't know. He also complained of anorexia. The loss of my food is anorexia, and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see how to translate these ideas, right?
Yeah, right.
Until this point, is there any doubt?
No, there is no any doubt.
Perfect. That's clear, I think, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
Easy to make?
I hope so.
I hope so. Yeah. At the beginning,
No,
of
but
course, it's gonna take I think it's gonna be seen as a great effort, but while practicing, you're going to catch that it's easier than in Spanish.
yeah, I saw that it's more like, it's not like complicated like in Spanish.
In Spanish, we round too much information. We repeat and repeat and repeat ideas. And it's not
Exactly.
correct. In my opinion, we have to be clear on this, yeah. And try not to be so repetitive, right?
Right.
You're going to see while practicing that it's very easy to do this fact. Very, very easy. And it's practical. You don't lose time. You don't use too much time, I mean, for writing down the expression, the exactly words the patient said. With Americans and Europe, it's not necessary to do that. It's a cultural situation.
Yeah.
According to that,
I see
I'm
that.
going to send 2 files at the end of the night. And you are going to receive 2 homeworks. One is the case report. You are going to write down a similar paragraph from a dialogue. And then you're going to fill the exercises, the quizzes and assignments, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So that's all, and see you Monday, Hazel.
Okay, see you Monday, teacher.
Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Hi, Charlene.
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good night. How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
Fine. Working too much. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. From yesterday, do you have any questions? Something you would like to check?
Maybe we can check again the excess and deficiency slide.
Okay, excess and deficiency. Easy. This one.
Yes.
Okay. Which one is the doubt?
I would just like to know the difference, if you could explain to me again.
Okay. In general words, excess is too much. Okay, it's a lot of anything. And a deficiency is too little or the absence of anything. When you talk about the endocrine system, the excess of hormones gives you some changes. For example, where there is an excess of hormone, one way of treatment consists on giving medication that inhibits, that cuts up the production of the hormone, that avoids that production. For example, in hyperthyroidism, is treated with carbimazole. The carbimazole is the medication that from brain avoids the production of hormones from the thyroid, T3 and T4 at this point, right?
Yeah.
For example, another excess. Again, in hyperthyroidism, well, you have a lot of medication to control the excess of hormones. According to the situation, you choose medication. For example, in when you have a pituitary adenoma, you can get a prolactinoma, an excess of prolactina from a tumor that it's in the exactly place when it's produced. right? And one of the symptoms is headache. Well, cardinal symptoms, headache and the production of milk on breast milk, right? You take the medication to control that production, and according to that hormone, avoiding the prolactina, you avoid the headache and avoid the breast milk.
Okay.
That's a clear excess. On the other hand, according to the deficiency, when it's too little, you need to replace the hormone that you are needing for working completely normal, right? The best example is in diabetes. In diabetes, you don't produce insulin, right?
Yes.
In diabetes type 1, you don't produce insulin. There's no way to do it because your pancreas is not working correctly, properly, right? What you have to do? You have to receive injections or shots of insulin every day in a schedule to receive the insulin, to replace the insulin that your body needs. The replacement therapy gives you the hormone that you are not producing by your own.
Okay.
So you are in deficiency of insulin, and the replacement therapy is the shot of insulin according to the situation.
Okay.
Is that clear now?
It's clear.
Perfect. Any other question maybe?
I don't think so.
Okay, dear. At this point, well, we have some objectives to follow during the course because there are activities that are important to consider for having a successful course, I think. And one of these details is the case report. Let me see. Do you have experience about writing down the clinical history or while reading a clinical history maybe?
I remember that I once wrote a clinical history.
Okay, so you have a chance to see it first, to maybe read a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But writing down by your own, well, it's not the moment because you need a basis, right? You are learning how to do it. You are on the first stages, and doing it by your own, well, it's not the moment for you instead. But we can practice to you a simple case report in order to catch the general ideas, right? It's not the main idea to get you in confusion, of course, because it's very different from Spanish. In English, it's brief, it's clear, it's not a problem, I think, to write it down, because in English, you just go to the point. Don't round information, don't give extra information, and it's easier to make. But in Spanish, you round information, you repeat a lot of things, you have to be extremely clear on details. Well, it's different. That huge differences you're going to notice through the career while writing down in some years, so don't worry about it. With you, we are going to work in a different way for not making or for not getting you into a confusion, yeah?
Okay.
So consider this. In English, you use medical terminology, not the expression of the patient. Only medical terms in a brief paragraph. As brief it could be, it's better. No round information, no double explanation, not getting clear. It has to be just one line of information and that's enough. You use the general data of the patient. What means the general data? Age, gender, and occupation. For example, here you can say 50-year-old housewife, because you know that a housewife is a woman, and that's enough. But what would happen if there would be, I don't know, a teacher? Teacher, male or female? Which one would you think? Male or female? It's the same, right? You don't have the chance to catch if it's man or woman.
Yeah.
So you can say a 50-year-old male teacher, a 50-year-old female teacher, for example. If you want to add a detail about the name, you only use capital letters. In your case, for example, would we say Daisy S. Borga Cartagena Sherlin, and that's enough.
Okay.
Just the capital letters, not the full name. Why not the full name? Because you have a specific chart to fill it, and that's enough. You don't need more details about it. But you consider this if you think it's necessary. If it's not necessarily because you have a clear chart, just add information like this. 50-year-old housewife, 70 years old, I don't know, 70-year-old male engineer, for example, something like that.
Okay.
Everything, of course, in chronological order from the beginning to the end. But considering this, the main complaint, the principal symptom at the beginning of the paragraph, and then you organize the information in the order you think is necessary. At this point, it's not important the treatment, the diagnosis, any lab report, nothing like that, because they have their own space to fill this. And everything in past time. Nothing in present, of course, not in future, everything in past. Why in past? Because when you are talking to your patient, you make eye contact, you have the chance to be confident with your patient and take all the information. Then you start writing down, organizing your own ideas, getting the chronological order of the situation, and then you get your paragraph, right? In that order. Now it becomes for you, it becomes here. We have a lady that is talking to the doctor, and she is telling us, I was well until a few months ago. Few months, it's not an exactly period of time, right? It's not just a quantity. There can be 3, 4, 5 months. We are not sure, right? Mm-hmm. When you finish the speech with the patient, you can punctualize on information and get the correct range of time. I mean, 4 months, for example. In this case, the doctor who was talking with the patient catch that the lady was with 4 months in troubles. 4 months with the principal complaint. Okay. Let's go to the patient. I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. Now you can see here we have 2 expressions, 2 ideas that are talking to the same, right? But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Do you remember the worn out, right? When we have 3 ideas, 2 symptoms, you don't have to write down symptoms with synonyms. You only write down the symptom the patient is describing, and then you go to the next idea. A good example is like this. A 50-year-old housewife who had been well until 4 months previously complained in past, right? Complained of tiredness. Tiredness is supported by fell off color and be tired, right? 2 ideas, just 1 medical term. Right? Is that clear now? But lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day of tiredness and malaise, right? Until this point, it's clear, right? You are not rounding, you are not translating every expression of the patient. You're taking global as a resume, the medical term that evolves 1 or 2 ideas. And worn out, of course, is a different symptom, and malaise And that's enough.
Okay.
Okay. The patient says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've been put on 9 kilos in the last year. So what it means, during the speech, you notice that the patient is talking about a problem that has 1 year of lasting, right?
Yes.
You can give this explanation. She gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. Why? GP is the general practitioner, right? So why they expect to punctualize this idea? Because it's not a problem of 4 months, it's a problem for around 1 year. And in the last 4 months, it's becoming worse. They talk about the 4 months at the beginning because this is the main complaint. And then we support the rest of the paragraph. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the last year before she presented to her GP, although she denied eating more than usual. Right? You got the chronological past events from the new one until the beginning. And then you only have to finish listening and writing down. The patient says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. Motions, hard motions means constipation. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see the difference from this speech to this paragraph. They are so different, right? But in order to reorganize ideas, to give medical terms and everything like that, okay?
Okay.
In a second example, you have a 60-year-old man and you have underlined the common expressions, 3 ones. You go to the answer. I haven't been myself for several months. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Making the translation. A 60-year-old man, general data, presented to his GP, general practitioner, with malaise and fatigue for several months. They said several months because the one who was in the situation or didn't say how many exactly time he's in trouble, or the one who receiving the speech is not asking for the exactly period or exactly quantity of months in trouble, just several months. When you have no idea what is going on with this, just copy or write down the same quantity expression, okay? He also complained of anorexia and weight loss 10 kilos. So you can see, is that different? The bubble one with the answer are different, right?
Yes.
So in that order, don't worry about it. You got the medical terms clarified, right?
Yes.
Is there any question?
No. Everything is clear.
Perfect. Let me send you the pool and for taking attendance, okay? At the end of the workshop, I'm going to send you some exercises, the case report and the quizzes and assignments, okay?
Okay.
With that information, we are going to work next week. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, Charlene, see you Monday. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Franklin, how are you?
Hi, teacher. So far, so good.
Perfect.
Good
Everything's
evening. And how about you?
going right. Well, great with lots of works, I think, lots of job, but that's great. Okay, Franklin, do you have any question from yesterday?
Yeah, let me see. Something about that the thyroid thing. What is the thyroid thing, or
The thyroid gland.
thyroid? Okay.
Yeah. Let me look for. Okay. Let me open my cameras. I hope it is working great. Okay, can you watch me, right? Do you have here? Push with your two fingers, like making this movement. Touch in the middle, and you're going to feel like a gum. Something soft and little hard too. That's the thyroid gland. When it has changes, for example, enlargement or changes in consistency while touching, it's very clear. Okay, so you can notice, right?
Yes.
Okay, which one is the question about it? When you place it, it's easier to check.
Yeah. What is the function of that?
The function of it controls almost all the metabolism of the body. They control the heat, the cold, the digestive process, the rhythm of sleeping, the somnia rhythm. So when you have insomnia, for example, we have to consider that the possibility of this is a disturbance in the thyroid gland. When you start gaining or losing weight, we have to look for if hormones are working properly or being produced improperly. That's a non-easy question because it's a lot of functions to consider.
Okay. Great. And what else? And then it says here a letter of referral. What does it refer to?
Actually, the letter of referral is an objective of this course on Module 2. But, for example, we as a doctors receive a patient, get the first diagnosis, and we consider we need the help from a specialist. We send the patient to another doctor, right?
Okay.
That's the referral. The letter of referral is the paper, is the file we send with the patient or to the doctor, to the specialist to get information from the specific clinical situation and then start with the new step of the treatment. The letter of referral is just for doctors, but in your case, it's out of objective because you are not going to write down it. But we can work on this, well, according to this, from another point of view. Okay, this is information that it's not shared even with the patient. It's between doctors.
Okay, and this is an example of that.
This is the way we introduce the lesson, we can say. But this introduction needs previous exercises to understand it. For example, the case report. The case report is how doctors write down the clinical history, the most important parts. For example, the main complaint could be one. The case report, as a fact, is the historia enfermedad actual, is the summarize of all the symptoms and the resume of all the pathological situation that is bringing the patient to the consultation room. But it is the way how doctors must express. In your case, it's different because you're not a doctor. So we can work from a different point of view to understand these ideas, to catch what we are talking about, but it's out of objective making you writing down case reports because you need medical knowledge for doing this. We can work on another way. Let's see, let's check the objectives, the guidelines, which rules we have to follow to do this. And that's enough for me, I think. According to that,
Maybe,
yeah, just
maybe to know what the, yes, what the format is and how you start, how you write the middle
yes,
part, and how you finish.
yes, it's a general paragraph. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's all. Because as much as you practice on this, you notice that in English is easier than in Spanish. In your case, let's check the grammar structure. That's all. Okay.
All right.
So we have to consider this, that always all the case reports have to be in medical terminology and must be in a brief paragraph, as brief as you can. Don't round in information, no repeating ideas, just going to the point. That's a good characteristic we have in English, because in Spanish you write the patient expressions, you can get in confusion very easy because you consider information that in English is not important.
Okay.
Into this paragraph, you take general data of the patient. I mean the age, the gender, the occupation, but you don't use the name. Why not the name? The name is in another chart that is just for general information. I mean full name, address, health insurance number, phone number, and things like that. So in that way, the general data could be expressed like this. For example, a 50-year-old housewife, and that's enough. When we said housewife, of course, we can infer, we can get the idea that it's about a woman. And that's enough. You can say a 50-year-old teacher is male or female. Hi, Franklin.
50-year-old teacher. Yeah. It could be male or female.
Yeah, both of them. That's why in that case, when you have the occupation is not clear, you have to add the gender. A 50-year-old female teacher, for example, a 50-year-old or a 70-year-old male engineer, right? According to the situation, you choose which general data you can add. Okay?
Okay, right.
And then we start with all of the explanations, with all of the medical details, for example, like this. We got the general data, perfect. Now we consider the chronological order of the symptoms. We have to organize the ideas. We have to be clear about that kind of information. And we use, well, the speech to collect it. And we have the obligation to talk and talk and talk many times in order to be sure how many times each symptom or the main complaint is present. In this bubble, we have an example from a lady that is talking to us. And the patient says, I was well until a few months ago. Telling us few months ago, it's not an exactly period of time or a quantity of months, right? When the patient finishes the speech, then we can ask about that limits, we can say. That's why in the box it says a 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously. We know that there were 4 months because the one who's collecting the information is asking more details and then gets the 4 months situation, right?
Okay.
Okay. As we said, everything is in past. That's great. And we start with this. As I was telling you in the previous classes, everything is in medical terms. Everything. The patient says, in the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. going to the key, yeah, because we have the key of this exercise. We said a 50-year-old housewife who had been unwell until 4 months previously complained of tiredness and malaise. You can see, talking about tiredness, we have one symptom and two symptoms, right? We don't have to repeat twice the same information. We only use one expression, in this case, tiredness, in order to complete or to catch that we are talking about it. Going to the lady. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. When we said the worn out, I sent it in a chart. The worn out is referring about malaise, right? So we make the translation from the patient expressions to medical term expressions. The patient says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year, right? We can say she had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. Now it's clear, right? We reorganize this idea about the lose weight. And well, we have to consider this. If we as doctors don't reorganize and don't use medical terms, it's not going to be easy to make, I think. And then the patient says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. When the patient says hard motions, we talk about constipation. So we say, she was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. Now you can see, is that, well, as a grammar tip, I think until this point is clear. You only have to identify the ideas of the patient and relate them to the medical terms, considering that everything has to be in past. And well, that's all I think until this point.
It's like, it also has to do with reported speech, right? That's what I've noticed here.
No, so this is the doctor's notes, the box. Is the paragraph that the doctor is writing down. And the bubble, you can see this pointer, yeah. The bubble is showing us the patient expressions to make the translation.
Yes, what I mean is that in a way, it's like putting the words of the patient into like reporting what the patient said, of course, but in medical terms, right?
Yes, the same. That's great. That's a good conclusion.
Yes. I'm using a grammar term. In grammar, we said reported speech to mean that. So
yes.
That's why I said reported speech. Yeah.
Yes, the same. In the reported speech, you have similar rules of this, right?
Yeah, that's what I've noticed, because you're using past perfect and the past and the way the expressions.
Everything.
Yeah, that's what I was.
No matter the situation, you have to write down in past. If you don't write down in past, you are making a huge mistake in the case report, and it's not allowed, I mean. We have another example. Right. We have a 60-year-old man, and he says, I haven't been myself for several months. Now, I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Wow. Again, we have in this example the common terms underlined. And we have the translation here. The changing ideas, I think. And we say a 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. We say at this point several months because the one who received and write down this information didn't or couldn't maybe punctualize how many time was it exactly, right? That's why you repeat several months here and in the report. If you don't catch the exactly period of time with complaints, you can repeat the expression of the patient like several months in this example. Going ahead.
Okay, all right.
He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see the difference, right?
So anorexia is always related to lack of appetite?
According to the situation, yes. Puede ser completely lack of appetite, avoiding eating. When you go to the bath and induce vomiting, it's bulimia.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've heard about it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something that caught my attention when I was doing the homework, that it's anorexia and when it was related to lack of appetite.
Yes, lack of appetite could be a good common expression. It's very, very common to say that.
Okay, good.
Until this point, as a general structure, I think it's going to be helpful for you. In that way, I'm going to send at the end of the workshop the file with quizzes and assignments, and a second file with a similar way of working with you with these examples, okay?
All right, sure.
With the case report. I'm not going to ask you to write down like this because it's sort of objective. Is the doctor's expressions that we must practice with my colleagues. But in your case, we can get another way of doing it, okay?
All right, teacher, got it.
Okay, let me send you the pool to take attendance. Until this point, do you have any question about the case report?
No, I understand the main idea. I'll read it over like more carefully to get a better grasp of it.
Yes, it's going to be useful for you in order you have medical students, doctors in your teaching groups. It's going to be useful to get clear what they want exactly.
Yes, for example, I sometimes students ask me, teacher, how do you say pediatría or oncológico, you know, things like that. And it's good to know those things. Or how do you say esternón? Things
Yes,
like that.
the
They ask
chest
me, you know.
area. Yeah, you're going to get all of these specific ideas.
Yes, I'm gonna get at least I'm gonna get what I need or what I get asked most of the time. So in that regards, I think it's really good.
Okay, perfect. And let me see, Franklin. I just realized you sent me a message. Huh? I'm sorry.
Ah, yes, I see, because you normally send the role to the group,
yeah.
with the time and everything. So I was wondering why you didn't send it. I thought that maybe you were going to postpone it or something like that. So that's why I wanted to confirm. But then I just log in.
Yes, I'm not going to change your time. Or do you prefer to stay in another hour?
No, that's fine. That's fine with me.
Okay, because we can, I'm preparing the final order, we can say, from this point to the end of the module 2, even though. If you prefer, we can stay here at 9 and 15. That's great for me. Is that okay for you?
Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Perfect. So we are not going to change more, okay?
Okay, great.
That's great for me too, because now with you, until this point, I have 12 students that attend the workshop. And all of you are coming always at the same time, you are going to stay at this schedule. I think it's great. Okay, perfect. No questions, I think, right?
No questions. If I have doubts, I will text you.
Yes, just send me a message and then we can correct it, okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher. That's all, right?
That's all. Okay, see you Monday, right? Okay. Bye, Franklin. Have a great weekend. Well, until this point, I just received a message from Nelson. He's telling me that he's not able to get into the workshop. Let me answer here. You. Your classmates. It is not such a huge score. Try not to so many workshops. Let me see. Okay. Okay, Nelson is not attending. He didn't give me a real reason, but he always comes. That's why I'm not going to change him. At least he's asking for this. So I'll be back in 4 minutes. Give me a chance, please.
Hello.
Hi, Lidixa. I'm sorry. Hi, can you listen to me?
Yeah, I can listen to you.
Perfect. Well, Lidixa, I want to check some details with my babies, but now I'm here.
Okay, it's okay, don't worry.
Let's start with this. From yesterday, do you have any question?
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Okay, let me see.
Okay. Okay, the first I have is like 14.
14, okay. Abbreviations?
Yeah, and the abbreviations. The problem is not with the abbreviation, but I was reading the fructosamine test,
Yeah.
and is this like the glycosylated hemoglobin or
Where is that? Ah, fructosamine test.
yeah.
Yes, could be similar to the prueba oral de tolerancia a la glucosa. Yeah,
Okay.
could be similar to that one.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you very well. Can you repeat, please?
And the fast blood sugar is the fast blood sugar. Do you hear
Fasting
me?
blood sugar.
Yeah, that is the one that we take when the patient have not eaten, right?
Yes. In the morning,
Yeah.
previously eating anything, then you take the sugar test. The
Yeah.
glucose test, that's the test.
Like the glucose test. Okay. Yeah, that is the one that we can use for the criteria of diabetes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, the other one was in the menstruation in period.
Do you have the number of the slide?
Yeah. It is 23.
Oh, it's close. Okay. Which one?
The part I don't understand is in the last menstrual period.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says that we put the 2, but the 52 what's referring to.
Yes, this expression, right? Last menstrual period 2/52, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this formula helps you to express this idea. In the year, the whole year, we have 52 weeks, right? And every period becomes once a month. So you have 4, maybe 5 weeks as a range when the menstruation comes to you. So you add 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks in the year, 2 weeks, the 2 past weeks, I was with my period. You can say 3
Yeah.
weeks ago, 3/52 ago means 3 weeks ago I was with my period. If I send you 8 weeks ago I was with my period, it means 2 months you were without your period. Something is wrong. You
Okay.
have to analyze the situation and get the cause, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, now can you catch the idea now?
Okay. And that the other one, yeah, I was thinking 52 of what? I didn't understand that. The next one is when we talk about the menopause in this same slide.
Okay.
Because it says the symptoms are flushes, sudden sensation of heat, and night sweats. But for me, I get those 3 are like the same. So can you tell me like the difference between them? Because for me, like my translation in my mind are like the same.
Okay.
But I don't
no,
know if the patient is going to tell me in a different way. I don't know.
Yes, actually they are not the same. The hot flashes could be a day or night. It's the same in menopausal woman.
Okay.
You can be relaxed and then suddenly you feel extremely hot everything and you start breathing rapidly and there's hot without any reason. It lasts for
Like
a
a
few
flare.
minutes and then goes away, right?
Like a flare.
Yes. It comes and goes, the hot flashes, just in non-regular periods. That's why the sudden sensation of heats and the night sweats, just during the night, you can feel the hot flash, but you can be sweating and sweating and sweating the whole night instead of being with this hot flash or being without the hot flashes.
Okay.
That's different. Yes, the hot flashes could be in the morning, during your shopping time. If you're in a good mood, you become in bad mood, and then the hot flash comes to you. It's different from the sweats. The sweats are just for night, and you can get with your clothes wet, and you need to change your clothes and then wear again, and then the sweats go ahead, and then you need to change again. It's not comfortable for patients.
Okay, yeah, okay, I get it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, then I think it's the next slide. There we go. In the slide 27, the conversation with the gynecological and the patient uniforms.
And this one, right?
Yeah. And the part when the doctor asks, do you get clots?
Yeah.
Why do we ask that? To know if they have a heavy flow, or you like to thinking like another disease. I don't know.
Another situation, right?
Another
Do you
situation,
remember
like,
the meaning of clot?
yeah, it's like the el coágulo of blood.
Yeah. If you get clots during your period, your menstruation, is that a normal situation?
Sometimes it is.
If they are so small, could be.
Yeah, could be.
But if they are big, like a big clot and a clot that it's not covering the path, it's not a normal situation, right? They are referring about that abnormal situation with a big clot.
Okay.
Maybe with a smell, or maybe just clots, not in a fluid situation.
Okay. Yeah.
Not in
So
flow.
we're thinking in like another situation, like a more critical situation. I don't know.
Yes, a difficult situation, for example, an endometriosis that is associated with big clots. with
Yeah.
clots that are hard, are even hard to break, or
Okay.
maybe with an infection, the uterine infection that is associated with clots and another kind of hemorrhage.
Yeah.
This question is focused on that point.
Okay. Okay. Well, I ran down some words and put the meaning to let me know.
Perfect.
And the next I have is when in the part of the birth, when we're doing the clinical exam, the vaginal exam.
Do you have the slides?
Yeah, I can tell you. It's the yeah, the 43.
43, okay. This one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
In that the word butterworth, it means how we're going to feel it, or what?
No, well, you are in the internship. You made the vaginal examination with fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the consistency?
Yeah, it's like
butter.
Like butter, huh?
Yes, butterworth.
So it's how I gonna feel it.
Yes, that's the vaginal examination. The butterworth, it's about the consistency you feel while making this maneuver, this procedure.
Okay. This is not hard.
You feel the vaginal fluid, the normal fluids, and then while evaluating the fetal presentation, you get a different consistency from the rest of the structures, right?
Yeah,
that's the butterworth.
Yeah, but we only gonna feel it when the baby is in the birth presentation.
Yes.
Yeah,
you have to catch that expression in the butterworth consistency, we can say, during this evaluation. That's all.
Okay, just that's all I have.
Perfect. And well, we are finishing now. We have a file to check. Well, we have this objective to check because you write down clinical histories, right? We have to start writing down the case report, and the case report is showing us how to start the top, the first, the most important paragraph, the historia de la enfermedad actual, in Spanish.
Yeah.
We have some details, grammar details to check the exam. And of course, it's different from Spanish. In Spanish, you consider that you use the expression of the patient. I mean, you write down exactly the same words that the patient says.
Yeah, the complaint.
Yes, the main complaint is in the first line. Give me a minute. We're going to arrive at that part.
Okay.
In the case report in English, you use just medical terminology, not the expression of the patient. And you write down a brief paragraph. As brief it can be, it's perfect. You don't have to repeat ideas, to round information, or to give extra explanations. It's not important. Just go to the point, okay? You use general data of the patient. I mean like this, the age and the occupation, no more. If there's no occupation or a general occupation that it's without a gender, you can say the gender. For example, a 50-year-old male teacher, a 50-year-old female engineer, right? In this case, it's a housewife is a woman, there's no trouble, right? In general data, you don't have to write down the name, maybe the capital letters of the name. For example, with your name, ZML, and that's all. Just capital letters For showing whose patient is that information, but actually it's not important. It's not necessarily.
Okay.
Why not? Because previous this paragraph, you have a chart with all the general information in that, the full name, phone number, the location, health insurance number, everything. So if you have information at the beginning, you don't have to repeat again the same information or any detail. Similar to Spanish, you have the patient to get the chronological order organizing the symptoms. Easy to make, right? But remember, at this moment, you don't talk me about treatment, medication, diagnosis, pills, nothing, past events, nothing, just going to the point, okay? And everything has to be written down in past time. Everything in past time. About the main complaint, it goes in the first sentence. You can add a line main complaint and then give me the detail what's going on. That's as an exception, we can say. But if you got the main complaint in the first sentence, that's okay. We have this example. We have a lady that is talking to us. And she says, I was well until few months ago. Few months ago, it's not an exactly period of time. We're out. So the one that is receiving the information makes a good question and delimits the period of time, right? According to the answers you get in the whole speech, you write down the case report, similar to Spanish. So the patient starts explaining with common terms. You have here the answers. Please check all of them. And you translate it into the common terms to medical terms. You have 2 or 3 expressions talking about the same medical term. You just write down one medical term. You don't have to repeat information, okay? The same with everything. Get according with the chronological events. Let's do this, Ludix. I'm going to send you a paragraph explaining you how to do it because we are out of time.
Okay.
And according to that, we are going to work on homework, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So let me send you the pool.
Okay.
And that's all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, see you Monday, Ludix. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Paula.
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good night. How are you, Paula? How was your weekend? Your weekend, your week, your day?
I think it's hard.
Yeah. Well, previous workshop, I didn't see you. Were you on duty or something like that, I mean?
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
Okay, on Tuesday, you didn't come to the workshop.
Yes, because I have work.
Okay.
I work 24 hours.
Okay, which hospital you are working on?
Hospital Cotauma.
Okay, it's very hard. I know you have lots of patients all the time. Don't worry about it.
Sí, por favor.
Yeah, I told you we're on shift and I explained it to the academic supervisor, so don't worry about it. Let me see, this schedule is great for you this time?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect. We are going to stay at the same hour until the end of the course. Module 2, even though, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. But you are always on Tuesdays on shift?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take it in count, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Yesterday, while we were together, yeah. Did you have the chance to check the slides?
Yes, but I have a question about yesterday. I don't know how can I say some words about a some disease. No sé cómo decir, digamos, para que el paciente no se enoje o lo tome a mal.
Okay.
Palabras, digamos, más amables, digamos, cuando se hablan sobre heces o sobre orina o sobre el
Okay.
hábito en ese sentido. Entonces, esas son, creo, principalmente mis dudas.
Okay, some expressions for not being offensive to patients.
Exactly.
Okay, for example, when we talk about feces, we don't say feces. We say stools. It sounds better.
Yeah. Stools?
Yes, stools, S-T-O-O-L. In the previous slides presentations in the number 2, Monday, I think on Monday I sent you that key. And that
Stools,
was
yes.
an expression we were working in the previous workshop.
Okay.
So we must correct on Tuesdays. Well, it's an important workshop, I think. How we can correct it or not missing this, because we were talking about it with some colleagues. And well, you are in disadvantage if we don't take it in count. According to these expressions you are asking for, I can send it to you by message, okay?
Okay.
Because, for example, about urine, usually there's no trouble talking about it. For example, you're not going to say the patient, go and urinate here, right? Or micturate here. A good expression is go and pass urine here for collecting some sample of urine.
Pass urine?
Pass urine.
Okay.
Let me send it to the chat in order to, I don't know where I am. In order to show you how to write down this.
Okay.
Let me stop sharing and chat. In the chat, you can read it now. For example, for feces. I don't know what I did. Stools. For urination.
Okay.
Yes. Pass urine is the action to go and urinate and leave urine away.
Okay.
Urination, pass urine, another expression. For example, which expression you would like to check again? Another expression that could be offensive at this point. Well, always it's kind to tell to your patients, let me see. And then you explain the body part you have to evaluate. Or let's prepare, or let's do it in order to do something together. According to the situation, we can talk about it.
Okay.
And a specific expression you might need, maybe.
I don't know how can I report in my clinical history. ¿Cómo redacto la parte de, o sea, en español decimos, ¿no? Catarsis y diuresis.
Okay.
And when I write in English, only physics?
Yes. Let me see. Catharsis and diuresis are Latin terms that are converted into Spanish. Micturition. Micción. Ay, ay, ay. No, micturition. Let me correct this, okay? Micturition. That's micción. My typing is awful. I'm confusing words. Micturition. Not micturition. Micturition, okay?
Okay.
Just defecation. Defecation or past stools. It's a better expression. Stools. No,
Okay.
not the stools like this. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Another one. Let's look for this because I'm getting
And
confused.
when I talk about de la menstruación,
Yeah.
se tiene otro término, digamos, como aquí se dice, ¿no? Y la gente entiende sobre la regla, digamos.
Yeah. We have 3 ways to talk about it.
Okay.
Let me open the file and I'm gonna show it to you. Let me see. When you watch my screen, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Can you watch my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We have in menstruation. We have period, menstrual period, or monthly period.
Monthly
There are
period.
3 ways to talk about it.
Okay.
As you can see, the period is the common way to talk about it. It's the most popular all over the world. We say in Spanish, el periodo, right?
Okay.
Okay. Any other question, maybe?
I can see videos, and when I talk about crackles, is crépitos.
Yeah.
And the another video is sibilancias, ¿verdad?
Yes, the wheezes.
The wheezes, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But when I talk about, and I try to write in the clinical history, ¿cuál es el término para describir?
According to the situation, well, you have the terms.
Sound breath? Oh.
No, the chest sounds.
Chest sound.
Or the pulmonary sounds are, and then
chest
you explain.
Sound.
Could be
okay.
Chest sound. Let's send it the chat.
Okay.
Could be chest sounds. And then you describe the wheezes and etc. Or pulmonary sounds. Both expressions are correct. Okay.
Okay.
Is that until this point, is that clear now? Because there are the bases.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In that way, Paula, we have an exercise to write down. I was talking to Ledixa, we did when you get into, but I think that was not too much information at the point we were started talking. In order, we are doctors, we are GPs. We have to consider that we need to write down correctly in English the case report. The case report into Spanish is Historia de la enfermedad actual.
Okay.
And it's for helping us to learn how to write down a medical English history, right? A medical history.
Yeah.
We know that this first step is the most important because we collect all the information, all the symptoms from the patient. And according to the information, we develop our test, our physical exam, right?
Yeah.
In that order, I'm gonna send you the file, and according this, check it, and we can chat about it, but we need to talk about it, okay? Because we are out of time. Okay, Paula?
Okay.
Check this because homework is gonna be from that file to a new exercise, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Can you watch the pool?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so see you Monday, okay? And while finishing, I'm gonna send you this file and the rest of the files with homework.
Okay.
Okay, see you Monday, Paula. Have a great weekend.
Good night, teacher. Bye.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Dr. Carlos. How are you?
Hi, teacher. Good evening.
Good evening. How was your day? Everything okay?
Yes, teacher. It's great. And you?
Well, a busy day, I think. Lots of occupations.
Yes.
But it was our job, yeah. Let me see,
Yes.
doctor. Is that okay, this schedule for you? For staying at this moment the rest of the course until the end?
Sorry, teacher. I don't understand.
Okay.
Sorry,
This
teacher.
time, 10 and 15 is okay for you, or do you prefer another moment for getting into the workshop?
This time, I prefer if it was possible 7 o'clock.
At the beginning?
Yes.
Actually, at the beginning it's not possible because until number 12 in the roll, everybody comes from the beginning.
Or
Maybe
else,
from 9:30 and ahead we can make a change.
9. Yes.
At 9, no, from 9:30 I can exchange. I can change it to 9:30.
Okay. I think it's good for me too.
Okay, but please, doctor, try not to fail this because the colleagues that are moving, yes, they are not very punctual getting into. Please try to not to miss the schedule, okay?
Okay, teacher. Yes, I prefer obviously night early, but this time is good too for me.
No, that's
No
okay.
problem.
The
Yes.
ones that come after 9:30 sometimes come, sometimes don't. So don't worry, that's okay.
Yes, teacher. Yes.
Okay.
No problem.
From the next workshop, you are going to be on 9:30, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Perfect. Do you have any
Thank you.
question until this point?
Yes, teacher. I have a question. It's about a letter of referral.
Okay, letter of referral.
Yes. My question is, do you need to be specific with any pathology?
Well, when you ask for help from a colleague, from another specialist, you need the referral, right?
Yes.
And you give details, but the letter of referral in English is different from the letter of referral in Spanish. There is another way to talk about it. Actually, the letter of referral is an objective in module 2, not in the module 1. We start here with an example like this in order to organize this idea, the case report.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for guidelines.
Yes, the case report, if we translate into Spanish, is the historia de la enfermedad actual. Of course, we have to go back to the basics in order to write down properly. Okay.
Okay. I don't know it. Case report guidelines, it's historia de la enfermedad actual.
Yes, we have to go to the basics because English from Spanish are very different while writing down.
Yes, I
mean,
see.
In English, we use the explanation of the patient, right? The common terms, the ideas they show to us. We don't miss any kind of information from the exactly words that patient says, right?
Yes, teacher.
But in Spanish, we have that problem because we round the information, we use words maybe that are not properly in Spanish, right?
Yes.
In English,
Right.
we avoid that problem using medical terminology, using the same language for all colleagues, not patients. And that's the way we avoid loyal disturbances, loyal problems, because we are deducting what the patient says and we get the correct interpretation, right?
It's more serious? Or...
Well, both of them are serious, but the difference is this. Both of them have the chance to give the correct information. In English, it's like a resume, just the most important parts, not repeating or rounding information.
Okay, teacher.
In that order,
Chronological order.
Yes, we have that guidelines, we have these ideas, general ideas, how to write down a case report. Only medical terminology, using medical terminology, it's a brief paragraph. We use general data of the patient. We don't have to explain place of birth, I don't know, details or pathological antecedents. It's not important at this point because that information is in another part of the clinical history in English. You don't have to repeat again the information. When we talk about general data of the patient, we just talk about age, occupation, and gender, and that's enough. You don't have to repeat the name, you don't have to repeat, well, I don't know, extra details that sometimes in Spanish we have to write down. And, well, it's not a point to repeat and repeat and repeat information, right?
Yes.
Maybe if you consider necessarily, because it could be a problem, you can add capital letters explaining the name, but it's not a common situation because you have a chart with all the general information from the patient. That's why you don't need to use this. Okay. In that order, the general data, age, gender, male or female, and occupation. That's enough.
Okay.
You help while writing down, while speaking to your patient during the anamnesis, you get the complaints, the symptoms, right? And sometimes you help the patient to get the chronological order and you organize the symptoms. It's the same as in Spanish. You have to get to collect the correct information and then prepare all of this to write down a proper, correct paragraph, because it's information for you as a doctor, right?
Yes.
In the case report, at this moment, it's not important to talk about treatment, diagnosis, other pathologies, medication. No. At this point, we don't need anything like that. Just complaints, just symptoms, okay?
Just symptoms.
Just symptoms, and everything always write down in past time. nothing in present. If something is in present, the case report is wrong. Why in present? Because your patient is not next to you. You are not evaluating and writing down with the patient sit at your side, and you are not evaluating the patient or writing down at the moment. You talk to your patient, make eye contact, organize your ideas, and then you write down, right?
Yes, interesting that information, teacher.
Yes. So as you can see, Doc, according to our experience, of course, yours that you're a specialist, you know that there is not the same way to write down. You got the experience to make sometimes long paragraphs to support the ideas of the patient for avoiding loyal troubles, right? In English,
teacher.
as brief it could be, is better. Okay.
Okay.
We have
Always.
an example here. This is a lady talking to the doctor. And from this speech, we write down this case report. Okay. Actually, it was for homework, but now it's my example. That's why we have the answer key here. And let's do it. The patient says, I was well until a few months ago. Few months, it's not a period of time that it's correct, because there could be 3, 4, 5 months ago, we are not sure. But we let the patient finish her speech, and then we punctualize the period of time. That's why we can report 4 months previously. We punctualize following this in another dialogue. We punctualize that there were 4 months, just for being clear. The patient says, I was well a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So you can see the main complaint, el motivo de consulta, the main complaint. Yes, the main complaint is in the first sentence, is the first idea that the patient is giving to us, is sending to us. And we make this translation, we can say, don't forget. We have the general data, a 50-year-old housewife, general data of the patient, because housewife is for females, right? Yes, a 50-year-old housewife, that's all, who has been well until 4 months previously. We punctualized the time because we had a moment to talk to her. And we start with this complaint. That's the verb we use when we talk about symptoms, right?
Yes, teacher.
Complaint of tiredness and malaise. We have here 2 medical terms, tiredness and malaise, right? Fell off color and a bit tired. Both of them mean tiredness. You have here 2 ideas with the same meaning, right? It means you don't have to write synonyms, just one expression, one symptom. If there were, for example, 4 expressions about tiredness, just write down one, tiredness. Don't repeat information. Can you see the difference from Spanish, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tiredness and malaise. The worn out, of course, is malaise. The common term, the social English term, we translate into the medical term. Going to the patient. She says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. Now you can see in the chronological events, she says that 1 year she's gaining weight. But she's not considering this like a problem. She's considering that the main complaint is the tiredness and malaise. That's why she speaks about it at the beginning. We reorganize the idea like this. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP, the general practitioner. She went to the general practitioner. although she denied it in more than usual. So you can see we don't lose the chronological events. We don't lose the line of talking or explaining the situation, but we clarify that she had a trouble from 1 year ago, right?
More specific.
Yes, we have to be so clear and specific about it. Moreover, the patient says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. Yes, when motions are hard, it means that she's constipated. So we said she was constipated and she noticed that her hair has started to fall out. So can you see the difference from this speech to this paragraph?
Yes.
It sounds different, but it's the same information, just in a different way of talking, in medical terms. Right?
Yes, teacher.
Yes. Tell me.
That part, the case number 13, is when the doctor writes, yes?
Yes. This box is the doctor's notes, and the bubble is the patient's speech.
Patient's speech, yes. Okay.
Yes. Here we have another example. 60-year-old man who says, I haven't made myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Okay, let's analyze this. Going to the case report. A 60-year-old man, the general data, presented to his GP, general practitioner. Why we said present to his GP? Because in the American, England, well, Europe healthcare systems, you first go to the general practitioner, and then if the general practitioner considers necessary, you are referred to a specialist or to another doctor or to another place of attention. According to the situation, they send you, just like a filter to organize patients. Okay?
Okay, teacher.
We have underlined the social English expressions, the common expressions, and we translate into medical terms. I haven't been myself for several months. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. It means present to the GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. So you can see, we reorganize the idea, we get in order the symptoms, and we say that there were several months. Why we don't punctualize the period of time, for example, 4 months like in the box? Because maybe the patient is not sure how many months are in trouble, just several months. Or maybe the one who's taking the information couldn't punctualize that. But there is no problem. We know that several months are around 8 to 12, right? So going ahead, the patient says, I have been off my food. It means he also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So we have the same information in a different way of expression, right?
Medical terminology.
Yes, just medical terms. Is there any question until this point?
No, teacher. I think the several months in Spanish, varios meses, maybe.
Yes, could be varios meses.
Okay. Okay, I understand this class, teacher. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. In that order, while finishing the workshop, I'm going to send 2 files to the WhatsApp group. One with the homework of the case report, and a second file with the quizzes and assignments of this week, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay, perfect. So if there are no more questions, everything is done until this point.
Okay. The pool start.
Perfect. Your attendance is done. Perfect. Thank you so much for being on time, Doc. And well, just wait for my files, please.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, so have a great weekend here and see you Monday, okay?
Okay, teacher. See you Monday tonight.
See you Monday. Bye-bye.
Bye, teacher.
Yes, well, until this point, Grace Chamorro was supposed to be on time. Maybe she's on shift. She didn't tell me anything, but she came to, yeah, she might be on duty. She told me that. But well, patience. So I'll be back when my next student gets in. Okay, give me some minutes. Hi, Clara. Clara Abigail, how are you? Hi.
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good night. Yes, now I can listen to you.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, dear. Do you have any question from yesterday?
I studied the material, and most of it was like very comprehensible for me. Just the pronunciation of some words.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Okay.
And then we can correct it, okay?
Okay.
Do you have the number of the slides?
Let me see. Yeah, first one is on the slide number 16.
Okay, number 16. Let me go there. Hi. 69. 16. Okay. About the anatomical review?
Yeah, about the pronunciation of the word urethral. How do you
the pronunciation?
Yeah.
Urethral.
Urethral.
Yes, urethral.
Okay, urethral. And also the two words under the same.
Okay, the labium minora
and
labium majora.
So those terms are just medical, or you can also use, like, for example, to explain a patient.
Actually, there are Latin terms that are used for not mixing or not missing this information.
Okay.
It's the same when we talk in Spanish, we use the same expressions. There's no way to change anatomical landmarks.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, those three words also, I have another word that is in the slide. Let me see. Oh, it's in slide 20.
20, okay.
Yeah.
This one, right?
Yes. The 19. But this the word is the same. Is lobulus? How do you pronounce that? Is lobulus? Lobulis?
Lobules.
Lobules.
Yeah.
Okay, lobules. Okay. And the last word that I had problems with the pronunciation was also measles. That is almost at the end.
Measles, yes, I remember that. This, right?
Yeah.
Measles.
Measles.
Yes, or measles. No, measles. No, the measles.
Okay, so these words you use with the patients, not as much as on medical terms.
No, these terms, the common name, are the expressions that usually the patients refer. They talk in this way. We translate to the medical term.
Okay.
Measles is rubiola, for example. Chickenpox for varicella. In some countries, croup is the common term, but in Latin America, we know that croup is the laryngotracheitis, right? Okay.
Well, those were all the words that I had trouble with the pronunciation because I didn't know how to pronounce the vocabularies.
Okay, perfect. There are no more questions, I think.
Yes, no, the rest was very understandable for me.
Perfect. In that order, we can talk in this way. We have to start writing down the case report. It's a necessary exercise to do to catch the objectives in module 1 and 2, okay?
Okay.
In the case report, well, if we go into Spanish and we translate it, is the historia de la enfermedad actual.
Okay.
Okay, so you can see it's the basis of the of the medical history, right? Because if we fail in the case report, we cannot be objective on the physical exam or the rest of the evaluations, right? According to that in English, we check some lots of difference from Spanish. First of all, one of the most important is that everything is written down in medical terminology, not in the patient expressions or in the common names or social expressions that the patient says. We only use medical terminology to be clear just in one idiom for talking to colleagues or people related to healthcare systems. And we use brief paragraphs. We don't need to explain surround information. We don't need to give lots of details about the situations. We only have to go to the point.
Okay.
According to that, we have some details that have not to be missing, that must be present. For example, the general data of the patient. When we say general data, I'm not talking about the name. We just talk about the age, the gender, male or female, and the occupation, right?
Okay.
For example, in this chart, in this box, there are the doctor's notes. And we have a 50-year-old housewife. We know that it's a female because housewife is for woman, right? In that order, if we have, for example, another profession, a teacher, we don't know if teacher is male or female, right? In that case, we say a 50-year-old male teacher, a 50-year-old doctor, a 17-year-old female student could be, right? According to that situation, that's all the data you need for the general information, no more details. You don't need to add where the patient was born or any habit or antecedents, nothing like that. Just go to the most important facts.
Okay.
Then, similar to Spanish, you organize the chronological order and organize the symptoms according to the situation, right? Moreover, in the case report, you don't have to talk about medication, past treatment, even though you don't need to talk about studies, lab reports, nothing like that, or even diagnosis. No past antecedents, no personal antecedents, no family history, no social history. It's not necessarily. You just go to the complaints, to the symptoms that the patient is referring to you at the moment of the speech. And everything has to be written down in past time. Everything. If you write down in present or maybe in future, because it would happen, it's wrong. Okay.
Okay.
Here we have an example, a very clear one. In this box, in this bubble, a lady is talking to the doctor. And we have the doctor's notes and the answer key, like this. The lady says, I was well until few months ago. Few months ago, it's not a clear period of time, right? It's not, we are not sure if there are 2, 3, or 4 months or 5 months ago. So when the patient finishes the principal, the main speech, talking about the whole symptoms, then we can start asking and punctualizing information. And you just go to the most important data. For example, a 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously. So you can see, now we express how many months were the few months, right? So you punctualize that important information. You are going to the point. In the beginning, the patient says, I just fell off color and a bit tired. You can see 2 expressions for 1 symptom. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. This is another symptom. So when you go to the notes, you said, a 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously complained, you can see it's in past, complained of tiredness. You see, tiredness is making the resume of fell of color and a bit tired. Can you see? So there is no way to mix that information. And malaise about the burnout, right? According to this, you're translating the information of the patient into the information of the medical case report. Okay. The patient says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. Okay. So we said she had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP, general practitioner, although she denied eating more than usual. Until this point, the main complaint, the motivo de consulta, main complaint is the tiredness and malaise. And now we are supporting this idea with the gaining of weight. And we are organizing the main complaint and then the chronological events, right? And we said that she presented to her GP, to her general practitioner, because of the healthcare system, the way in that country are organized. It's not the same in Bolivia, of course, but we have to consider this, that health system care is different. Oh, well, that systems of care is different in every country. According to that, sometimes you have to go, well, in some countries like UK, USA, you have to go to the general practitioner, obtain the letter of referral if it's necessary, and then you can go to the specialist or to another service. Going ahead, the patient says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. When we said that emotions are hard, we mean that the patient was constipated. So we said she was constipated and she noticed that her hair has started to fall out. So you can see from this paragraph, this speech to these notes is different because everything has to be in medical terms, right? Until this point, do you have any question?
You always have to use have, or can I say also, she noticed that her hair started to fall out?
Well, when you use the past continuous with the auxiliary had, you are talking about a period of time in past, right? If you just use the simple past, you are talking about a specific moment in past that was without a lasting time, I think. According to the situation, you choose the correct grammar structure.
Okay.
In the case report, as I tell you, according to the situation, everything has to be in past.
Okay.
Okay. We have here another example, the over to you. Yeah.
Okay.
We have underlined the common terms, the common expressions, the social English. It's about a 60-year-old man we don't have the occupation, it's not important in this case. So
Okay.
let's see. The patient says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and never lost 10 kilos in weight. The patient is talking in present, right? And now we translate into past in the medical case report. A 60-year-old man, we got the general data, presented to his GP because of the healthcare system with malaise and fatigue for several months. We are translating this full expression into one word, right? We say several months because, well, we have two options. Maybe the patient is not sure about the time, or maybe the one who was collecting the information couldn't catch the exactly number of months. But there's no trouble. We know that there were several months with this situation. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. We have the anorexia in this expression of my food and lost 10 kilos and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see how we changed everything, right? Is there any question until this point?
No.
Okay.
I understood.
Perfect, it's clear. So in that order, this weekend we are going to have two files of homework. One with quizzes and assignments, and a second file with the case report. I'm going to send it to the group at the end of the workshop. And according to that, we are going to work together, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you watch the poll? Oh, yes. I just received the answers.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that's great. And let me see, this schedule is okay for you, right?
Yes, teacher. Sorry.
Don't worry.
My Spanish is sliding.
No, that's great. So don't worry, it happens. So let me tell you this. We are going to maintain this schedule until the end of the whole course, okay? Module 2 is going to be the same.
Okay.
If because of job or something different, you need to change it again, please let me know as soon as possible, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay, so let's wait for my files, and that's all I think.
Okay.
Okay, dear. So have a great weekend and see you Monday, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Okay, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Erika.
Hi, teacher.
Hi, how are you? How was your day? Everything okay?
Yes, really, but I am very tired now. And I think that you maybe did very tired, it's true?
Yes, well, I'm here from 6:30 without moving because all of your classmates came.
Yes. And you have one more time, the student that you need
Yes,
help.
at this point is you and one more, and I think that's all.
Yes, teacher. I'm sorry, I am well tired, but okay.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, no problem. Teacher, I have two questions. The homework, it's for a week.
Yes, we have the 2 theoretical classes, right?
Yes.
And then I send a file making a review maybe from that 2 theoretical classes.
Okay.
From the whole week. I received your pictures and there are lots of questions that are without answer.
Yes, because for example, here that when I don't standard it with here.
Let me see. Let me open the pictures.
Okay, teacher, no problem.
And according to that, we can talk about it, okay? Why? My internet is becoming low.
Really?
Yes, but well, maybe because my sister is working at the same time that me.
Yes, I know that. Yesterday I am saying my sister is working.
Yeah.
I am here, so that please no, I need to study, but okay.
Yeah, so give me a minute. It's opening the file and then I'm gonna share, okay?
Okay.
Don't worry. The questions that are in white, well, sometimes it's better to send non-complete homework instead of non-sending, right? So don't worry about it. Just try to fill the rest of the homeworks that I'm gonna send. And there's not to be any trouble about the score, okay?
Okay, okay. But I don't know. Okay, I understand that you say, but
Yes.
for example, in here, in the exercise 12.
Yes, I'm arriving the list. So let me share the screen to check this together.
Okay, okay. Teacher, you have 2 children, true?
What?
You have 2 children? You have 2 boys, true?
Yes, I have 2 babies and 1 teenager.
Wow. 2 babies.
Yes,
Wow.
two young babies, one 1 year and the other one is almost with 2 years.
2 years and 1 year.
Yeah.
And it's boy, girls?
No, 2 girls, 2
2
ladies.
girls. Oh.
My
Oh.
2 small ladies. Well, not too small. They are so big for their age.
Yes, but teacher, I don't know that. Maybe that you happy, no?
Oh yes, I feel happy. I'm great with them.
But no, it's direct for this.
Yes, well, actually, at this moment they are with their father, with my husband, so there is no trouble. We can talk together about it. There is no, don't worry about it.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
it's fine. Yes, really because I like the babies. I like
Yes,
the
you like children. Yes, I
Yes, I like.
noticed that. While talking to my baby yesterday, I noticed that.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you so much
I
for
don't
your
know.
patience.
Yes, I like to children and babies so much. When I don't know that when I walk and I see the baby, I maybe hi, and I play with babies so that.
Ufa.
Yes, it's interesting, but I like to children. I like to babies more than persons.
No,
So
that's
that
great.
yes.
Yeah. So you're gonna become a pediatrician.
I don't know because I want to sleep.
Well, yes, it's important to sleep too. I
Yes,
couldn't be
true.
pediatrician because I want to kill parents when something's wrong with a kid or a baby, though.
And what is that you're especially that you want to do?
Well, actually, I'm working as an emergencist because
Yes.
all of my studies are focused on that way.
Okay.
But I'm still at this moment a general practitioner. While
General?
getting into the yes, I'm a general practitioner. While getting into the residence course, I want to become an intensivist.
Intensivist.
That's my branch.
Why? I'm sorry that, but I don't know that you like to this.
Oh, I fell in love with that area. Well, the first years of my job, I was working in the intensive care unit as the helper, we can say, as of the previous resident, and I was the pet of everybody. So I fell in love with that area. I like it too much. Critical patients. I don't know why. I feel yes, I feel happy there. I feel relaxed, non-stressed.
Relax.
Yes, it's better for me when for example, in the internal medicine service.
Yes.
I run mad. It's not for me. It stresses me too much because sometimes I feel that people is there without any reason. Or sometimes you see how elderlies get abandoned there, and then you cannot do anything else.
Yes.
But Yes, but in the intensive care unit is different. Nobody wants to be there, but the patients you receive have a real reason to be there, have a real criteria.
Yes, maybe I think that when I practice, you know that what is the thing that you liked and what the thing that you don't like. So maybe that you have to the same. This is like, for example, I have two friends that she loves to emergency. It's very very interesting because she she she, she maybe that in the night ella está alerta. She's alert.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, she'll stay
And
awake.
yes, and she liked it. She likes to estresarse. Le gusta
Yes,
estresarse.
it's a
I love
stressful area, but I love emergency medicine. The
I like
emergency medicine is different from the rest of the specialties.
Yes, it's true that maybe really actually I want to voluntary in the in emergency hospital. I want to do. I don't know.
Okay.
To
In which hospital do you want to be that voluntary practice?
Yes, I want to voluntary practice in the hospital y clínicas.
Could be. Make a letter to the chief and that's enough.
Yes.
In
but
which
it's very
year you are at this moment?
What I am do?
Mm-hmm.
Really, teacher, now I look work. Today it's very complicated for me. But
Okay.
yes,
It's a hard day.
yes, I am looking a job. But I want to I think that I want to practice more. So maybe that
Yes.
I want to go to voluntariado other hospitals because I need to see a lot of patients and practice more. Really, I
Yes.
need to do.
In which year you are at this moment? Fourth year, fifth year, internship?
I'm sorry?
In which year you are at this moment?
My old?
No, ¿en qué año de carrera estás?
El año pasado terminé.
You just finished.
Yes.
Okay, so you are a GP too, a general practitioner.
Yes.
Great,
Yes.
my great colleague. That's great, Erika.
Yes, teacher, but really, that was very complicated. Look, job and I don't know.
If you want to practice real emergency medicine, go to province. I tell you by experience, I was there around 1 year. Well,
Yes.
actually, I studied in Cuba.
Okay.
And I finished all my career in Cuba. And when I came back, I had to make again the internship. 1 year in a hospital, a Bolivian hospital, and then 6 months in provincia.
Okay. You work?
Yes. Well, no, actually it was for making all my comparison with my title, with my documents.
Yes, I know that.
For getting my license, I had to follow that experiences, and the healthcare system, of course, is very different from Cuban. In that order, it was useful for me, but my emergency medicine love grew up in province, because there you can see everything and you have to find a solution. There's no other way of working.
Yes,
So
really, I don't know.
it's hard. It's not easy to leave home or to go away from the city, but according what you are looking for, could be a good chance to get a job at the first step for around 6 months in province. When you get that job certification, yes. For example, any hospital in province, you send your papers with your license, everything, and they call you because of the needs they have. According to that experience, it's easier to find a job in a hospital in La Paz.
In province.
That's why I'm telling you,
Yes,
according the voluntarian system into the Hospital de Clínicas,
yes,
just send a letter to the chief. And
yes,
according to that, to the relationship that you make with the specialists, they can help you to get into private medical services.
mm,
That's the way I found for finding for working. There's no other way in this country. Looking for friends, I mean.
maybe.
Yes. Which university did you finish studying?
University, my university,
Yeah.
Nuestra Señora de la Paz.
Great. That's a good med school.
Yes, I like to this, but I say that always I need to study because I think that I don't forget some things, so that it's which I don't the time pass, I don't study. It's
it
frustrante
happens.
para mí. So
Yeah, 6 years is not enough to become a great doctor, but now it's from you, the interest you have. I tell you by experience. You have your own hospital, right? ¿Qué se llama este barrio? In Yojeta.
yes, there are one hospital, but
Yes,
the question
like
is that
to go there.
no are a lot patients because I want, but no, it's a lot patients. So this is very bad for me. I need to go to the work, one of the place there a lot of patients. For example, yesterday I go to Kinko.
Yeah.
So it's muy lejos, but I don't know that teacher. You think that maybe that I want to learn more about my career. I need to go to province. It's a good option.
Well, according to my experience, if you want to work in La Paz, you need a support about place of working. And a great support is to have at least 6 months in province. Right?
6 months in
Yes.
provincia, no?
Yes, in provincia. But in hospitals, Chulumani, Coroico, Caranavi, no more. No centros de salud, en hospitales.
No.
When you receive that certification, el certificado de trabajo from a hospital, when you as a general practitioner,
yes,
coming back to La Paz, it's easier to find a job because you have the experience about taking decisions by your own, and that's important for working in La Paz.
It's a good option. Maybe.
Yes, it could be, according to your experience. If you feel confident, you want to go there, and you have the opportunity to take this option, do it. It's going to be helpful. Why I tell you that? Because the Caja Nacional, Banca Privada, Caja Petrolera, Cosmil, they take in count this kind of work certification for helping you how to get into as a medical staff, I mean. I tell you by experience, I worked in all of that hospitals.
Really,
I know
sister?
how they share people, how they choose people.
Yes.
If they only my Cuban title, they say, no, go to the government. And I said, no, I never worked to the government. I have this experience. And they, oh, you were in province. Okay, come with us. It was different. The reception is different when you come from province.
Yes.
Stay working or looking for a job or volunteering jobs in La Paz just while finishing the career. It's different. You need a real certification of real job, I mean, non-voluntarian. In voluntarian job, you cannot attend patients by your own. You cannot take decisions.
Yes,
right?
Because
you are just like another student, just
Yes.
a helper, even though you are a doctor, you are not a student, you finished everything. In that way, look for a place where you can take decisions. Or if you have the possibility and prepare for the residency to the next year, just study. Don't miss time, study, get into the residence, and being a resident, it's easier, so much easier to get a job.
Yes, it's true. It's true, because more that maybe I have to possibility that I go to Argentina, Buenos Aires.
Better.
Yes, but the question is have to the money. My university, when you go other country, you need to do one documentation is that revalida o convalida.
Yes.
And there are university, they have to asociadas con el Mercosur.
Yes,
And
university is allowed.
no, this is bad.
It's not?
No, because
No.
3
Univalle is
years,
allowed?
4 years, the
It was.
Mercosur, no. My university está volviendo a postular para que le vuelvan a aceptar. But
Okay, it's presenting again the...
yes, because my university lost those conveni with
Yes, I
Mercosur.
have students from
Yes.
your university that now are in Argentina finishing the residency course. That's why I thought they were still with that convenio, yeah.
Yes, but the question is that when I finish, my university don't have to convene with
No,
Mercosur.
you don't
So
have
this
it.
is
You don't have
this
that
is a
chance.
problem because I need to do other papers that is convalida.
Yes, you need 2 years of evaluations and courses in Argentina. And according to that information, they decide if they give you the medical license or not.
Yes,
It's different from you from this point. What a mess.
it's 1 year more that I don't.
Yes, try not to waste time. You have just 2 chances, or work or study to the Bolivian residence course.
Maybe 2.
Yes, the second option, I think it's better, because going to province now with the kind of government we have, it's a risk.
But maybe
Right.
that 3 months is really,
3
really I
months.
want to learn.
3 months is not enough for a real job certification that when hospitals are going to take attention on you, it's not enough 3 months. 6 months or more.
Maybe
That's my
that.
experience. I was around 6 months doing my internship, and then I had the chance to go back to continue until 1 year.
Yes.
But taking decisions by your own, you have to practice that. It's gonna be powerful, empowered, while doing in 6 months, nor in 3 months. 3 months is not too much. In 3 months, you get used to the management of the hospital. From the second 3 months, the second trimester, then you can work by your own thoughts, by your own criteria. That's the advice I can give you.
Yes.
But think about it. Complete
Yes.
this course, finish on this, give enough time to this opportunity, because it's a good, very good moment to make this kind of studies.
Yes.
English is a great key for improving or even catching scholarships in Europe or even USA. Don't miss this course.
It's a good option, really. Really, really
Yes.
is a good option.
You are doing this. The certification of this course is useful for going to Europe. I had students in the previous group that were preparing their papers, their documentation to go to United Kingdom for the residency course. And this certification was one of the most important.
Yes. And this is in hospital in Caranavi, Yungas, another place?
Chulumani, Caranavi, Coroico. No more than that. And Chulumani is not the best option, believe me. Maybe Coroico, maybe.
Caranavi is the best?
No, Coroico is the best. Caranavi and Coroico are almost the same, but Coroico is better. And Chulumani, well, it's very difficult to talk about it. I was working there, as I was telling you, and it's not the best option. At this point, I don't recommend you to go there, but if there is no other way and you consider it could be a good idea, think about it. Don't go by crazy.
Correct. I
Yes.
think yes. No. For me, no problem. My objective now is to learn more that really, I want to work, but
So you
my
really
getting
think you
more
need more
works.
practice.
Yes, I need some more
Yes.
practice. It's which really I want to, but it's very difficult because really I go to hospital to Los Andes
Yeah.
in El Alto,
In El Alto,
and
yes, I
I
know.
am study here. But the personality is to say that for pandemic don't have to need voluntaries, so that okay that and I am saying okay perfect that so that tomorrow I go to the hospital emergency because I need to talk about medical jefe de emergencia job emergency job
Yes, the chief,
yes
the service chief.
the chief emergency emergency I'm sorry and I need to say that I want to volunteer in your area, but you have to reason because maybe it's with other student study and
Yes,
maybe yes I
it's
don't have to a lot, but I don't say teacher it's complicated.
yes, at this point it's not easy, but don't get crazy. Don't run mad about it because you just finished. Organize
Yes.
what do you want to study, organize to the residency course. For example, if I can tell you by experience, if you want to go to another country, but you are not sure what you are going to do because your documents are not in that kind of convenience, prepare for the residency course here. Don't miss time. Try to do it. Yes. Here in Bolivia, we have great specialists, great professors. The problem are the resources.
Yes, it's a
That's all.
second year.
Here
Yes.
you learn how to improvise solutions that, for example, in Mexico, you are not going to find any way to do it.
Yes.
For example, the CPAP device, the CPAP that we use for breathing children, newborns.
No.
El equipo de respiración, el CPAP,
Sí,
el
sí,
ventilador
yes,
CPAP.
and yes, for neonatología, true?
Yes, for newborns. Por
Yes.
recién nacidos, ¿no?
Uh-huh.
In Mexico, if you don't have the full devices, doctors become crazy because they say that they don't have the 2 volumes, o sea que dicen que no tienen todos los aparatos, no tienen los 2 frascos de volumen, no tienen sistemas de vacío y no los atienden. Ven otras alternativas. Aquí en cambio nos enseñan a improvisar, ¿no?
Sí, sí, porque antes del CPAP tenemos igual otras máquinas, pero...
No, ya tienen las mismas máquinas, pero ponte que se acaben los CPAP, ellos no pueden construir un CPAP casero porque no saben hacerlo, no tienen esa formación. Cuando va un boliviano allá y les enseña que puede improvisar, se vuelven locos porque no saben dónde el boliviano sacó esa idea.
En los yungas. Ya.
De hecho, del hospital del niño. Ahí es donde se han hecho los primeros.
Ah, sí.
Mm-hmm.
You study in UNSA too?
Oh, sorry?
You study in UNSA? In University of UNSA?
No, but I had lots of courses at UNSA, at the public services, I mean, the lots of us. There's no hospital where I was not working. I have around 10 years in experience and job.
This is good.
Yes, this experience is followed by all the crazy things I've been doing. I'm so dystocic. Soy muy distóxica.
Why?
My shifts are for dying. Nobody wants to work with me, so things that you don't see in the currently shifts, you're going to watch in mine. So you don't have time for going to the bathroom or drinking water because always it's full service, no beds, no chairs. It's
Really?
crazy. Yes, it's awful.
Oh,
but I like it. I'm happy with that.
Okay, you're a masochist. Maybe that. Maybe.
Yes, I'm a killer to my personal, to my nurses. I'm a personal masochist. Everybody tells me that.
You're
But that's
cute.
true. I have
Ah,
to, I confirm that position. I feel happy, so I'm a masochist.
masochist. Yes, maybe I
Yes,
have this toxic, pero naturalmente no tanto, yeah.
yeah.
Depende. Yes.
No,
But
I'm a
really,
family.
I think that one person that I use see more, it's learn more, so that very interesting. I like to learn.
That's
Yeah.
great. Keep on reading. So this course
Yeah.
is going to be useful for you in order to check the newest studies, the new protocols, the great ways of expression in English, like, I mean, research that, of course, in Spanish is not available at the moment.
Yes. Yes.
So keep
It's
on
true.
reading. Keep on, never avoid reading. And voluntary activity, well, it's according to the place you are going. At this point, the Hospital de Clínicas is always full with the students, and it works if you go to one specialty, for example, burning area, área de quemados. Nobody wants to be there. Or infectious diseases area. Nobody wants to be there. In that case, voluntarian job works because you can learn from the specialists. But going to the emergency room, emergency is always full with the students, and you become a student again, and you are not a student, you're a doctor. Try to develop and practice on your own criteria. Try to memorize as much protocols as you can and work on them. Right.
Yes. In área de quemados is true now. It's
Yeah.
good option, maybe.
The great option, the burning area. Nobody wants to be there because it's suffering. It's difficult. You see how people is dying in pain, and there is no more ways to help them. Maybe a place to make the voluntarian activity could be the municipal hospitals, Cotauma, La Merced. According,
I think that is more difficult because
nah,
it's
not. If you go to voluntarian to the chief of emergency and you own the confidence, it's gonna be easier to get into.
I promise, teacher, that I go to send my my curriculum and cards. I promise that I want to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Try to do it.
Yes,
Which hospital needs help, needs one more hand, is the La Merced. La Merced needs help. Yes, there's lots of patients, not enough medicals, not enough doctors. Try to become on friendship with one of the doctors of the emergency room and go to help him or her.
Yes, it's a good option here. Other it's Cotauma. Because
Yes,
I go
Cotauma is
to
cool.
for Kenko it's very tomorrow maybe I go, but really it's muy lejos. Yeah.
Yes,
I live to here in Zona Sur, so it's very complicated to go to.
Why don't you go to Los Pinos? In Los Pinos, when I was working there, they used to receive voluntary activities.
But teacher, really, I go to, but the people don't want. I think that yo pienso que es muñeca más que todo, porque yo no tengo, la verdad, no tengo, mis papás no son médicos, y entonces no tengo nadie que sea una fina así de la salud, así súper cercano. Tal vez dos amigos de mi mamá, ahí voy, pero nadie que me diga te voy a ayudar, digamos. Entonces eso me dificulta mucho porque si bien yo tengo todas las ganas de querer ir a aprender y que alguien me dé una oportunidad en ese hospital para poder echarle las ganas, para ir y ver pacientes y eso más. Pero es difícil porque en serio es complicado. Me hacen como la pelotita, es como paso a paso, es como de tienes que enviarle una carta al jefe de enseñanza y el jefe de enseñanza dice no al director y el director va y te dice no al jefe de la unidad, tú eres de bueno. Entonces al final haces como no sé, no solo de la carta, sino es que vas y te molesta porque bueno, o sea, vas a ayudar, ¿no? Pero medio que te cierran un poco las puertas.
Sí, es cierto. Pero siempre con el jefe de unidad. Siempre. Primero el jefe de unidad. Lo conquistas a él, estás dentro.
Mañana le voy a llevar chocolates, creo. Veré que me dice, tengo que intentar, soy una persona que es bastante perseverante en esas cositas, solo que es que en serio ahorita quiero aprender, me está dificultando harto y es como de, bueno, tengo que seguir y echarle ganas. Así que bueno, ahí,
Claro, claro, sin desanimarte.
sí, ahí voy. Pero voy a buscar, si no es ahí, lo voy a buscar en todos los hospitales municipales, Cotauma, voy a ver.
Ya, al final
Veré que me,
contestan. Al fin, te digo por experiencia, al final contestan. Reniegan, pero contestan.
sí, veré qué me dicen, porque es que también bueno, yo estoy pasando aparte de estas clases, también ayudo a mis papás. Y entonces también, digamos, solo esos días, algunos días voy a llegar tal vez un poquito tarde, decirles, o también estoy en un campeonato de básquet, o también trabajo con mis papás, entonces solo por eso también, y ay, no sé, teacher, es complicado estar en el trabajo, pero
Ah,
bueno,
pero lo estás haciendo bien. De verdad, tranquilo, va a salir bien.
sí, eso espero.
Sí, no te desanimes, va a salir bien.
Sí,
Lo que queda es respirar hondo y no desesperarse.
sí, hay que seguir y creo que más que todo hay que practicar y estudiar y entrenar y hacer muchas cosas. Pero
Sí,
bueno. Eso es súper importante.
ahorita
Pero
lo
voy a...
que queda es realmente no perder las oportunidades.
Mm,
Y lo que
sí.
estás haciendo, por ejemplo, con este curso, vaya, es ganar una muy buena opción para que este curso te abra puertas a hospitales bien específicos, como la clínica alemana, por ejemplo.
Mm, yes, yes. Sí, ahí también buscan harto médico general, pero es bien burocrático ese lugar. Yo ya...
No, I was working there.
Yes,
The difficulty on the Alemana clinic is the language. Speak fluently the English.
English.
Yes.
I don't
The key there is the English, your English level.
Mm, okay.
That's the important factor. I tell you by experience.
Mm. You
The
have to
boss,
rest.
the boss is the boss, yeah. He has his own, how can I tell you? He has his own way of working, I mean. He's not a bad friend, I think, but the English level is the key they are looking for, a great English level.
In the clinic alemana.
Yep. If you don't have the skills for getting in communication, they are
Yes.
not going to take you in count. Tell you by experience. All my interview by job was in English.
Mm.
You have to have a great English level because you work with foreigners, with travelers, with diplomatics.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
So you don't have to, well, you don't have the chance to make a mistake while talking, right?
Mm.
That's the key.
This is the question is that my English.
Yes, your English level, your English skills. And of course, the clinical knowledge that they evaluate you and they also prepare you. They offer lots of courses for being prepared all the time.
Mm.
You have a moment of study with the chiefs, with the bosses, around every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, according to the situation.
Mm. Okay.
So take it in count.
Yes,
Consider this.
I know. Yes,
Yeah,
teacher,
but
you have a result.
yes, but don't worry, you are still on time. You are young, according to that. Yeah. Don't run crazy, don't
Thanks,
run
teacher.
mad. You are not as old as me.
Thanks, teacher.
Yes, you can do it.
So, yes, thanks. Maybe that I need to listen this
Take a
because
deep breath, relax. You can do it. You're doing a great job. Never
yes.
doubt about it.
Mm. Yes, you have reason. But really, really thanks. Really, 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 really thanks. You're you you can say me, it's helped me a lot. So thanks, teacher. Really thanks.
Take a deep breath. I feel you are still nervous, thinking too much about this situation.
Yes. It's a situation that a lot of people, I think.
Yes, well,
Yes.
if you want to make serious courses, I mean, for example, education courses, it's useful to make the upgrade, el diplomado en educación superior, for example.
Sí.
It's very important because it opens you the opportunity to teach. That's why I'm here teaching, because I got the diplomado recién ya.
True. In UMSA?
Yes.
Where?
No, in UMS. Yeah, in UMS. In UMS is the best. Don't take another one.
Yes. I think that one star in June.
Yes, in June becomes a new one, I think.
No,
Try to
yes.
take it. If you cannot find a job and it's possible to pay that upgrade, do it. Don't worry, you are doing a great job.
Yes.
You are
Yes,
looking for an answer. You are not expecting a favor. You are looking for a solution. Take it in
yes,
count.
you have to resent. I am looking for a solution. It's very important, teacher.
Yes.
Thanks. Really, really.
Yeah, don't worry. Take a deep breath and go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, you have to more experience for me.
It's stressful, I know. At this
Yes.
point, as I was telling you, I have 3 kids, so I have to think on them too. I didn't want to make the residency course until this point because I had 1. Now with 3, it's not possible to start studying seriously again. Babies need time.
And you
In
have
the
2
order,
babies.
I have 2 babies and 1 teenager.
Yes. You have to 3 children, 3 kids.
Yes. In order of my kids, I decided not to take the residency course until now. Maybe a few years more, a couple of years more, because my kids need me. Right?
But this is more important now, your family, teacher.
Yes. Priorities are now there. And there is no way to make me change in mind. I'm not going to do that. My kids need me, and that's all I need to know for not taking the residency course, because I know you're without a life. I had students from the residency course when I was in the hospitals. And some of them told me that it was not the way they wanted to live. And I said, okay, it's not for me. It's different. Yeah.
Yes.
So patience. Everything has a reason to be, right?
Yes, teacher, you have to rest. Thanks.
Yes. Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Keep on reading. Keep on studying. Complete this course, please. Don't leave.
No,
It's not an
I
option to
promise
leave.
I
I know it's
am.
expensive, but I know how expensive it is. But I know it's very useful. This document is very,
I
very,
think that
very
I need to practice more English, and I need to read a lot of diapositives, because there are some things that I don't understand there. But teacher, maybe I use dictionary English Spanish is good now.
I'm gonna send the group a medical English dictionary to translate these terms.
In the group?
I'm gonna send it tonight because you needed to make homework.
I don't see.
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna send it now. I didn't do it at the moment.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yes, because it's important. Maybe that I work that I don't understand there, so maybe that I look other options.
Yes, it's necessary actually. It's necessary to get that dictionary.
Yes, it's true.
It's gonna be useful. I got one that is just going to the medical terms. That's the one I sent to the groups.
Yes.
So don't worry, you're going to receive a good book for practicing. And Let's go ahead. You have the
Yes.
chance.
Yes. Yes, that's true, teacher. So that I think that you're very tired too. It's late now.
Yeah, let me send you the pool. I was almost forgetting this. If we forget the pool, it's as if you were not in class. We're not in the workshop. Okay, can you watch the pool?
Yes, I put here 1 second. I do
Okay.
my
No,
question.
go ahead. I'm finishing with the homework I have to send you to the group, to the WhatsApp group. And there's a lot of information. I had to check. You have to write down a lot this weekend. Try to finish your homework, please.
Yeah, yes, teacher. Teacher, okay, I understand that my homework that I send now, it's good, it's bad, or necesito volver a hacer?
No, you don't have the chance to do it again. I'm sorry, I sent the key and the score you're going to get is the one that is going to the chart. But don't worry, until the point I checked it because I didn't finish with the whole group. That was good. So don't worry.
Okay.
Just try to finish the next files and that's all. It's gonna work, okay?
Okay, the next homework is in the weekend too?
Yes, I'm still preparing this. Some details that are not ready.
Yes.
But don't worry, I'm gonna finish this and you're going to receive tonight this new file. And again, with the deadline until Sunday midnight. And with that, we can work. So don't worry, try to do it. You have around Friday, Saturday, and Sunday day to send it to me until Sunday midnight. And I have the whole week to check the homework. It's a lot. We are 20 students, so I have 20 files of homework. There's a lot of to check here.
Okay, teacher. Okay. So thank for other teacher. Bueno, realmente le agradezco mucho sus palabras. Me ayudaron mucho.
Muy bien, tranquila,
Sí,
respira. Respira. Que de mi familia querida, nadie es médico. La única que se echó la soga al cuello soy yo. Me va a ir
pero
bien.
está bien. Ya, teacher, está bien. Descanse. Más bien le agradezco por todo y bueno, no, que tenga una linda noche con su familia.
Gracias, también descansa. Porfa, voy a enviar varios archivos al grupo. Cualquier duda, avísame. Porque son archivos para empezar a escribir en inglés y te va a servir harto.
Okay, teacher. Okay. Thanks for other.
Okay, so see you Monday, dear.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, tomorrow I see you. Bye,
No,
teacher.
Monday.
Good night.
Monday, we are free until Monday. What?
No, tomorrow no is class.
No, tomorrow we don't have any class. We have free time. Yes, only from Monday to Thursday.
Yes, on Monday is Tuesday. You have to listen, teacher. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
I have to check homework.
Okay. See you Monday, teacher.
See you Monday. Bye.
Bye, teacher. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, actually, I was talking to my student. She's nice. And in the same time, I was expecting to Fabiana Amaya, but she's not attending, so it's over. I'm finishing everything. Everything is done.